I'm Brother Edwin, keeper of the scriptorium at St. Augustine's Monastery in Siena, Italy. As I sit here surrounded by shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes and quills, I weigh a single candle on my palm. It tips the scales at exactly 12 drachmas. The flickering flame casts an eerie glow on the walls as I inscribe the evening's prayers onto parchment. What if in this quiet darkness the shadows take on lives of their own? What if they grow long enough to wrap themselves around the wooden beams like grasping fingers? What if, with a gentle creak, the door behind me swings open, and the moonlight spilling in illuminates secrets hidden beneath the monastery's worn stone? If you're listening to this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these. Drop a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is. I read every single one. As my quill scratches against the parchment, creating a soft scratching sound that fills the silence, I begin to reflect on the events of the day. The air was crisp and cool on a morning like any other in the monastery of Saint Michel de Bois Robert. The sun had barely risen over the treetops, casting long shadows across the courtyard where Brother Edwin stirred the embers of last night's fire. The scent of damp stone and yesterday's wood smoke hung heavy over the cloister as he added a handful of dry kindling to coax the flames back into life. You are standing beside him now, your own breath misting in the chill air as you watch the sparks dance across the cobblestones. Brother Edwin's hands move with practiced ease, his fingers stained brown from years of handling earth and wood. He speaks softly to himself, a gentle chant that sounds almost like a prayer. You notice that the firewood is stacked haphazardly against one wall, as if someone had left it in a rush or forgotten about it altogether. A few stray branches lie scattered across the courtyard, their leaves crunching beneath your feet when you step on them. You bend down to pick up one of these stray sticks and examine it more closely. The wood is smooth to the touch but bears an odd texture, not exactly rough, yet far from being silky either. It's a sensation that defies easy description, rather like trying to describe the taste of a familiar dish on a day when your stomach is uncertain about its welcome for such fare. This peculiar wooden feel lingers in your mind as you set it aside and turn back to Brother Edwin. He has finished tending the fire now, his hands wiping away at the sweat that's collected on his forehead despite the chill morning air. He regards you with a curious expression, perhaps sensing your attention is still fixed upon the peculiar stick. You nod towards it inquiringly. Will he tell you what to make of this odd sensation? Brother Edwin's gaze flicks down to where the stick lies and then returns to yours, his eyes clouding for an instant before clearing again. He shrugs slightly, a tiny movement that could easily be missed, but which suggests some hidden weight has settled upon him. Just a piece of oak, he says finally, his voice low-pitched as ever. From the forest nearby. You're not sure if this explanation is entirely sufficient. You feel there's something more to it than Brother Edwin lets on. Still, you decide against pursuing the matter further for now, and instead take your place at the refectory table alongside him. The day ahead promises little excitement or drama in the monastery of Saint Michel de Bois Robert. The morning's routine is set. Mass will be followed by breakfast, not an elaborate meal, but something to hold you over until the midday repast. Brother Edwin says nothing about this as he takes his seat across from you, merely folding his hands in front of him and looking expectant. The refectory itself seems larger than it did last night, when darkness shrouded everything within its stone walls. In daylight, its proportions appear less imposing, but the high ceiling still casts a sense of weighty solemnity over proceedings. Sunlight pouring through narrow windows illuminates dust motes suspended in midair like tiny ballerinas on tiptoe. You glance down at your own meal, bread and pottage, with some small fish baked into an unremarkable brown paste that will have to suffice for today's feast. Brother Edwin eats with a more varied palate. His plate holds fragments of green vegetables alongside the usual meat portion. He pauses mid-chew as you observe this, raising an eyebrow in mild amusement. The Lenten restrictions are being observed, he says finally, his voice low but carrying through the still air of the refectory. Fewer indulgences for us during these 40 days. He takes another bite, chewing slowly while your eyes wander about the room. You notice that many of the monks seem subdued today. Perhaps it's just the effect of a meager breakfast or maybe something more profound at play. Brother Edwin finishes eating and sets his plate aside with an air of satisfaction. Come, he says now, standing up from his chair as if beckoning you to follow him outside into the courtyard once again. You rise too, smoothing your robes over what little remains of last night's garments beneath them. You've managed so far without drawing attention to yourself during these first hours after dawn. The question is whether Brother Edwin has some purpose in mind for this mid-morning excursion, or if he simply wishes to be outside among the fresh air. The sunlight filtering through the windows casts a bright, cool glow over everything as you step out into the courtyard once more. You can smell damp stone and damp earth now mingling with wood smoke's acrid tang from the morning's fire tending. A faint scent of wet fur or cloth lingers near the cloister wall, possibly something left to dry after yesterday's rain. You turn towards it, curiosity piqued as Brother Edwin ambles off in a direction that seems almost aimless, yet actually leads you straight back into one corner of the monastery where storage rooms and pantries are kept. Here, narrow aisles wind through rows of shelves stacked haphazardly with every imaginable store, foodstuffs for feasts and fasts alike, tools for daily tasks within these walls or out in fields beyond them. The air is heavy here, not just from the weight of stored supplies, but also because this area receives little natural light, relying instead on candles or torches to illuminate its narrow passages. It's easy to get turned around among all this shelving and storage. Brother Edwin must know it well since he navigates these cramped spaces with an ease that suggests familiarity. You notice a series of wooden chests along one wall, each has intricate carvings depicting some aspect of monastic life. Monks tending gardens, others reading scripture in contemplative silence. The artwork is surprisingly fine for something crafted by someone working in relative isolation here within the monastery's walls. As you walk beside Brother Edwin through these storage areas, your footsteps creak on the wooden planks beneath your feet, an eerie echo that seems almost out of place among all this dusty quietude. You sense now that there might be more to his decision to bring you here than initially met the eye. The morning light crept through the narrow windows of your cell, casting anemic beams on the cold stone floor. You stirred from sleep, feeling the weight of the day ahead like a physical presence in the small space. Brother Edwin's gentle snores accompanied yours as you swung your legs over the side of the bed. Outside, the scriptorium was stirring to life. The soft murmur of conversation and scratching quills on parchment grew louder, enticing you to rise from your pallet. You yawned, feeling a crick in your neck from sleeping at an awkward angle on the thin mattress. As you stood up, Brother Edwin stirred beside you, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. "Time for bread," he mumbled, voice hoarse from sleep. He shuffled towards the door, opening it to reveal Brother Thomas waiting outside with a large wooden tray in his hands. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted into your cell, mingling with the faint tang of candles and the earthy smell of damp stone. Your stomach growled in anticipation as you made your way over to the table where Brother Thomas had set out the day's offerings: 2 loaves of coarse white bread, a wedge of cheese, and a small jug of ale. Brother Edwin gestured for you to take a seat on one side of the table while he took his place across from you. The warm glow of candlelight danced across your faces as Brother Thomas handed each of you a generous slice of bread. "What's the occasion?" you asked, eyeing the abundance before you. "We don't usually get this much at breakfast." Brother Edwin chewed thoughtfully, crumbs spilling down his chin. "I believe it's because we have a guest arriving today, Abbot Peter from the monastery in Rouen. He'll be staying with us for a fortnight, and Brother Thomas is determined to make him feel welcome." You nodded, intrigued by this development. As you broke your bread into smaller pieces, savoring the crusty texture and mild flavor, you pondered what it might mean for Abbot Peter's visit. The conversation turned to speculation about the visiting abbot, his reputation as a fierce disciplinarian, the rumors of his innovative methods in managing monastic finances. Brother Thomas leaned forward, eyes shining with interest. "Some say he's been experimenting with new ways to cultivate herbs and vegetables on their estate." Brother Edwin snorted softly into his ale mug. "I've heard that too, though I'm not convinced it'll catch on here." He paused to take a sip of his drink before continuing, "Still, it can't hurt to learn from others, even if we don't agree with all their methods." As you ate and drank, the discussion turned to more mundane topics: whose turn it was to sweep the scriptorium floor, whether anyone had seen Brother Giles working on a new manuscript in the corner. Your attention drifted back and forth between the conversation and the bread, which seemed particularly fresh this morning. The thought struck you that the monks here must have been up since before dawn baking those loaves, perhaps even earlier to get them ready for the guest's arrival. You wondered who had started so early, what kind of routine they followed in preparing breakfast, whether anyone else shared your appreciation for the simple pleasure of a warm slice on an empty stomach. As you finished eating and pushed back from the table, Brother Edwin caught your eye. "You should take a walk after Mass," he suggested, as if reading your thoughts. "The sun's coming up now, it'll be lovely outside." He nodded towards the small window high above their heads, where sunlight was beginning to creep into the room like golden liquid. You smiled at the prospect of fresh air and exercise, knowing that a quiet morning walk would help clear your head before the day's tasks began in earnest. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor outside, Brother Thomas returning with Abbot Peter from Rouen perhaps. Prompting you to rise from your seat, stretch your arms over your head and make for the door. As you stepped out into the brightening morning light, the scent of fresh bread still lingered on your tongue. You walked alongside Brother Edwin through the scriptorium's cloisters, passing rows of neat stone pillars supporting a vaulted ceiling high above them. The soft murmur of voices from within, monks reading aloud to one another or quietly working at their desks, blended with the sweet songs of birds waking in nearby gardens. The early morning air was crisp and cool, carrying hints of damp earth and growing things. You breathed deeply, feeling invigorated by the exercise and the promise of a new day ahead. As you strolled further into the gardens beyond the scriptorium, Brother Edwin leaned on your arm for support, an unspoken understanding between them that this quiet time together was necessary before facing Abbot Peter's arrival. As they walked side by side through the morning calm, you pondered what it would be like to live in a monastery where everyone moved at such a measured pace, where meals were planned with care and guests received as honored visitors rather than occasional necessities. You glanced down at Brother Edwin, who had grown quiet beside you. His eyes had taken on a thoughtful expression. Perhaps he was thinking about the same things. The sun had barely cracked the horizon over the monastery's stone walls when Brother Edwin emerged from his cell, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He shuffled towards the refectory, the cold tile floor echoing with each step. The air was crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from last night's fire. As he entered the dimly lit hall, the murmur of monks stirring over bread and ale filled the space. Brother Edwin made his way to the common table, where a steaming jug of pottage awaited him. He poured himself a generous portion into a wooden bowl, inhaling deeply as the savory aroma wafted up. Brother Thomas, seated across from him, caught his eye with a raised eyebrow. "Still thinking about your confession?" he asked, voice low and even. Brother Edwin's expression turned wry, not quite sheepish, but certainly pensive. The previous day had been one of those rare occasions when the scriptorium was quiet, allowing Brother Edwin to sneak away for a private audience with Father Michael, their abbot. He'd confessed his struggles with doubt and uncertainty about his vocation as a monk. The conversation had felt like a cathartic release, but also left him feeling vulnerable. Brother Thomas, sensing an opening, leaned in slightly. "What's eating at you?" His tone was gentle, yet probing, not unlike a surgeon seeking to probe the intricacies of a wounded limb. Brother Edwin set his spoon down, his gaze drifting towards the stained glass window above their heads. The morning light streaming through it painted intricate patterns on the stone floor. He took a deep breath before responding, "Just the usual, I suppose." His words trailed off as he studied the intricate web of colors above. Brother Thomas's eyes crinkled at the corners, not quite a smile, but an expression of knowing understanding. "Ah," he said, his voice almost whisper soft. "The weight of one's own expectations." In that moment, Brother Edwin felt a strange sense of kinship with his fellow monk. They both understood the intricate dance between faith and doubt, between conviction and questioning. It was as if their conversations were woven from the same threads, fragile yet resilient. Their conversation drifted to other topics. The latest batch of new arrivals in the scriptorium, Brother Peter's fledgling attempts at illuminating manuscripts, and the upcoming harvest festival. The air grew thick with warmth as they spoke, like a slow-burning fire on a cold winter night. As morning light crept into the hall, the conversation turned to more serious matters, or rather, the seriousness of their lives within these monastery walls. Brother Edwin watched his companion's face settle into a thoughtful expression once more. You know, Brother Thomas said after a pause, I still remember when I first came here as a novice. Felt like an outsider among the older brothers. He leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming against the table edge. But over time, one starts to notice these tiny cracks in our armor where we all trip and stumble. Brother Edwin nodded along, recognizing those cracks he'd mentioned earlier. It was almost as if their lives were a rich tapestry of imperfections and quirks. The brothers lapsed into an easy silence for a moment, the only sound being the occasional clinking of bowls or murmured prayers from nearby monks. The air vibrated with shared understanding, like two threads woven together to form something more resilient than its individual parts. Father Michael's words echoed in Brother Edwin's mind. The journey is not about perfection, it's a series of small, incremental steps. Perhaps that was the key, acknowledging and accepting our own frailties as part of this grand tapestry. A faint scratching noise caught their attention. The scribe stationed at the nearby lectern had begun to write anew, his quills scritching against parchment with a steady rhythm. The text itself danced across the page like wild vines on an ancient stone wall, elegant and beautiful in its own right. Brother Edwin watched as Brother James's calligraphy took shape. Blessed is he who fears the Lord. He smiled wryly to himself, feeling that familiar sense of connection with his brothers. As he returned to eating his pottage, a simple realization dawned on him. We are all struggling to find our place within this world of worn stone and flickering candles. As the morning wore on, Brother Edwin finished his meal in companionable silence alongside Brother Thomas. The sun climbed higher outside, casting longer shadows across their faces, but inside something had shifted subtly, like a minor key turning slightly sharper. It was not a profound insight, perhaps, more of an incremental shift towards understanding the intricacies within this world he called home. You stand outside the small cemetery on the outskirts of the monastery, surrounded by overgrown shrubs and a weathered stone wall that seems to sag under its own weight. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, carried on the faint breeze that stirs through the trees. As you lean against the stone railing, running your hand along the worn surface, your gaze falls upon a small headstone bearing an inscription in faded Latin, Frater Ignis Mortus, Brother Fire Dead. A gentle smile creeps onto your lips as you recall the stories about Ignis, a young monk who had been infamous for his propensity to accidentally set ablaze whatever he touched. Your thoughts meander back to this morning's discussion with Father Ephraim, where you'd mentioned your suspicions that some of the dates on these headstones might be off. He nodded thoughtfully and said something about filing away those doubts until further research could confirm or deny them. His words had sparked a gentle curiosity within you. You push yourself off from the railing and walk over to examine Ignis's grave more closely. The stone is weathered, but the Latin seems legible enough. Died on Feast of St. Michael 1225. You wonder if this date might be accurate or simply an educated guess made by someone trying to fill in a blank. A few steps away from Ignis lies another headstone with a cryptic message that reads, Elegia Mortuorum, Eulogy for the Dead. The inscription is worn and faint, but you can make out a date 1210. Another name, Frater Egidius, catches your eye, followed by an unusual phrase in Old English, Ich wies on Hrether, I was under God's protection. As the sun begins to climb higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the cemetery floor, you find yourself pondering these dates and inscriptions. What would it mean if this date on Egidius stone is correct? Would that imply an entire century of records had been misdated or deliberately falsified? The sound of footsteps carries through the air as Brother Edwin approaches from the nearby scriptorium, a collection of parchments tucked under his arm and a curious expression on his face. "You're still here," he says with a nod towards Igny's grave. He pauses beside you, eyeing the inscriptions, then asks, "Did Father Ephraim tell you to investigate further?" The question hangs in the air as Brother Edwin leans against the railing next to you, mirroring your stance from earlier. Together, you both gaze down at Egidius's headstone. The afternoon light casts intricate patterns on the stone floor, a reminder that even amidst mysteries and doubts, life carries on with its own pace. Gardens need tending, meals must be prepared, prayers are said without interruption. As Brother Edwin begins to explain some of the theological debates surrounding those old English phrases used in inscriptions like Egidius, your mind starts to wander back to Ignes. Remembering his reputation for setting things ablaze made you chuckle inwardly. How would he have reacted if, instead of flames, a batch of poorly baked bread came out of the communal oven? You recall watching him struggle with kneading dough one morning. The sound of sizzling pastry was more common than not when Ignes took charge in the kitchen. As Brother Edwin continues to speak about Egidius' phrase and its possible interpretations within the context of monastic life, you realize that amidst these debates over dates and phrases lies a fundamental aspect of your existence here, questioning. Whether it's about the accuracy of dates or the nuances of Old English poetry, every query seems to open up new paths for exploration. The afternoon wears on as Brother Edwin heads back towards his duties in the scriptorium. You remain by Igny's grave, pondering these questions and doubts that had begun brewing this morning with Father Ephraim's words about filing away your suspicions. As you stand there, lost in thought, a faint breeze stirs the leaves of nearby bushes, a gentle reminder of life carrying on without regard for historical accuracy or philosophical debates. A soft, crunching sound catches your attention as someone approaches from behind. You turn to see Brother William, an elderly monk with a kind face and eyes that seem older than his years, moving slowly towards you. His steps are measured, each one deliberate in its slowness. He's carrying something under his arm. "Brother Edwin mentioned I might find you here," he says quietly, glancing around the cemetery before focusing on Igny's grave. "I see Father Ephraim sent him to discuss this further with me." He pauses near Egidius, studying it for a moment before speaking in hushed tones. "These dates and inscriptions, they're just pieces of a larger puzzle, my young friend." Brother William glances around the cemetery once more before his eyes return to you. "A puzzle that requires patience, curiosity, and sometimes even a willingness to question what we believe." As he speaks, his gaze drifts towards Igny's grave again, where you stand lost in thought, perhaps pondering how differently things might be if certain dates were indeed accurate or incorrect. A small smile plays on Brother William's lips as he adds, "And perhaps it is not the dates themselves that are important, but what they reveal about those who came before us." His words linger in the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves carried by the breeze through the trees. The abbot's voice fades into the distance, but not without leaving a faint echo of seriousness that lingers like a cloud on a summer day. The sound of his footsteps recedes as he walks back to his quarters, no doubt to prepare for the evening meal and perhaps review the day's events in quiet contemplation. You are left standing amidst the gentle rustle of leaves, surrounded by the soft chirping of birds that have begun to return to their nests. The sunlight filtering through the trees casts dappled shadows on the ground beneath your feet, a reminder of the passing hours and the promise of another day's routine ahead. As you breathe in, you notice the scent of damp earth is slowly giving way to the faint aroma of burning wood carried on the breeze from the nearby kitchens. The clang of pots and pans mingles with the murmur of voices as the cooks begin preparing for dinner. Your stomach growls softly in anticipation, a reminder that even amidst the quiet rhythms of monastic life, hunger remains an insistent companion. You make your way back to the refectory, following the scent of roasting meat and freshly baked bread that wafts from the kitchen. The warmth emanating from within is like a gentle invitation on a chilly autumn day. As you enter, the soft murmur of conversation grows louder, punctuated by the clinking of cups against bowls as monks finish their morning's work. In this calm atmosphere, you notice an elderly monk sitting at a table near the center of the refectory, his eyes fixed intently on Brother Edwin as he speaks with quiet urgency. The old man's brow furrows in concentration, his lips pursed in contemplation. He is no doubt listening to some important news or perhaps offering wise counsel. As you draw closer, you overhear snippets of their conversation. The grain stores are full for the winter, and we must prepare for a possible shortage come spring. Their words weave together like threads on a tapestry, each one adding depth and texture to the intricate pattern of monastic life. You continue towards your own seat at the far end of the hall, greeting fellow monks with a soft nod or gentle smile. The air is filled with the quiet hum of conversation, punctuated by the occasional clinking of spoons against bowls as meals are finished. In this warm atmosphere, even the most mundane tasks seem infused with a sense of community and shared purpose. As you take your seat, Brother Edwin rises to announce that dinner will be served shortly. His voice carries across the room like a gentle bell, calling forth all who have gathered for the midday meal. The monks rise from their seats, smoothing out their habits as they make their way towards the tables. You notice the abbot standing at the front of the refectory, his eyes surveying the gathering with a quiet intensity. His gaze falls upon you, and he nods in recognition before turning back to Brother Edwin. Together, they lead the procession into the dining hall, where long wooden tables stretch across the room like skeletal limbs. You follow closely behind, your senses overwhelmed by the cacophony of sounds. Clinking silverware, murmurs of conversation, the soft rustle of robes against stone floors. In this bustling atmosphere, it's hard to distinguish one voice from another or identify specific individuals amidst the sea of familiar faces. As you take your seat at a table near the back of the hall, the abbot stands before you all, his eyes scanning the room with an air of quiet authority. His words are low and measured, spoken in a tone that commands attention without demanding it. The monks fall silent, their gazes fixed intently upon him as he begins to speak. Brother Edwin has informed me, the abbot continues, that Brother Thomas's condition is worsening. We must consider his well-being in our decision regarding. His voice trails off, lost amidst a murmur of murmured prayers and soft whispers exchanged between monks. Your eyes fall upon Brother Thomas sitting at the table near you, his head slumped forward as if exhausted by some unseen burden. You remember hearing that he had been ill for several weeks now, though it's hard to recall exactly what was wrong with him, a persistent cough perhaps, or something more serious. The abbot's words stir up a mixture of emotions within the community: concern, compassion, and perhaps even a hint of anxiety. As you ponder Brother Thomas's situation, your thoughts wander back to the previous evening, when the abbot had spoken about Brother Edwin's news regarding the grain stores. You wonder if this is connected in some way or merely another example of how monastic life is woven together by threads of shared experience and communal care. As the silence lingers on, you glance around at your fellow monks, each one lost in their own thoughts as they struggle to come to terms with Brother Thomas's illness. Some look troubled while others seem concerned but still focused on the present moment. The air is heavy with an unspoken awareness that we are all connected by our shared life within these stone walls. Finally, after what feels like a small eternity, the abbot speaks again. We will meet in the chapter house later this afternoon to discuss Brother Thomas's situation and make decisions regarding his care. His words bring a sense of resolution to the gathering, but also raise more questions than answers. What exactly does this mean? Will he be moved to another location for treatment or perhaps sent elsewhere altogether? As you ponder these thoughts, your attention is drawn back to the simple act of eating. Brother Edwin stands before you now, a wooden platter in hand laden with steaming hot food and an assortment of breads. The murmur of conversation has resumed, but it's more subdued than earlier as everyone focuses on the task at hand, consuming nourishment for both body and soul. The meal is simple yet satisfying: roasted chicken, boiled vegetables, and a crusty loaf of bread served with cheese and cold butter. You take your time eating slowly, savoring each bite and engaging in quiet conversation with fellow monks as you work through the meal. It's moments like these that remind you that even amidst life's complexities, there is beauty to be found within the simple acts we perform every day. As dinner comes to an end, Brother Edwin rises once more to clear away the remnants of the meal and prepare for dessert, a sweet bread filled with nuts and honey that he promises will arrive shortly. You watch as he expertly navigates through the tables, his movements practiced from years of serving in this very role. With your hunger sated, you take your seat back at your table near the refectory's entrance, lost once more in thought amidst the gentle hum of conversation and clinking dishes being washed by unseen hands. Your gaze wanders towards Brother Thomas, who is now sitting with an elderly monk from another region, engaged in hushed but animated discussion. As you ponder their words, a faint memory stirs within your mind that earlier today, during morning prayers, the abbot had spoken about some specific dates related to monastic traditions. Your attention was drawn away by Brother Edwin's news about the grain stores and then later focused on the meal itself, but now these words return. Your eyes wander towards an old stone wall in the corner of the refectory where a small inscription is etched into its surface: AD 1153. You recall that during morning prayers, the abbot mentioned something about this date being significant for monastic traditions, and perhaps even related to their own order's history. Your thoughts begin to wander down an uncertain path, What if this date on the stone wall is correct? And what exactly does it mean in terms of our community's understanding of itself? Would it change how we see ourselves within this larger tapestry of time? The question lingers like a whispered secret between friends. You ponder these ideas, aware that they might hold more significance than you can currently grasp. Yet for now, the exact nature of their connection remains unclear. As Brother Edwin returns with dessert and the murmur of conversation grows louder once again, your focus shifts back to the present moment, savoring sweet bread infused with nuts and honey, engaging in quiet repartee with fellow monks, all while lost within a maze of thoughts regarding dates, traditions, and connections yet unknown. Time passes slowly as you linger over dessert. Eventually, the sound of footsteps grows louder outside the refectory doors, signaling that it's time for afternoon prayers to begin. You make your way towards the exit along with other monks, readying yourselves for another quiet moment amidst this tapestry woven from threads both mundane and profound. Your thoughts turn inward once more as you step out into the crisp autumn air. The gentle rustle of leaves beneath your feet serves as a reminder that even within these stone walls, there exists an intricate connection between nature's cycles and our own lives lived in pursuit of spiritual growth amidst shared routines and daily tasks. You pause at the entrance to take one final glance back towards the refectory. Through its open doors, you catch sight of Brother Edwin clearing away dessert remnants, while others begin their preparations for afternoon prayers. Amidst this stillness, a quiet awareness settles within, that we are all connected, our lives intertwined like threads on an unending tapestry. As you step out into the autumn air, carrying with you both hunger and thoughts of Brother Thomas's condition, your footsteps carry you toward the chapter house where decisions regarding his care await. The worn stone floor beneath your feet still carries a faint scent of old parchment and dust from countless meetings within these walls. Your footsteps echo through the chapter house as you make your way toward the gathering of brothers. There murmurs a gentle hum in the background. Ahead, Brother Edwin stands at the center of the room, his eyes fixed on the collection of notes scattered before him. As you draw closer, the soft murmur of voices grows louder and you catch snippets of conversation. Brother Thomas's fever has not abated. We must consider a novitiate's role in such cases, and I fear for our order if we lose another brother to illness. Brother Edwin looks up as your footsteps approach, his expression calm but concerned. The brothers part to let you through, their faces set with worry. You take your seat among them, the creak of the wooden bench a reminder that even in times of contemplation, comfort is not always a priority. The air inside these stone walls holds a faint tang of dampness, a result of the rain-soaked roof above. Brother Edwin begins to speak, his words measured and deliberate. Brothers, we have before us two matters of great import, Brother Thomas's condition and our ongoing discussions regarding the novitiate's role in caring for him. The room falls silent as all eyes turn toward you. You glance around at your fellow brothers, each face a mixture of concern and curiosity. Some appear to be genuinely worried about Brother Thomas's well-being. Others seem more intrigued by the prospect of having another novice join their ranks. You wonder which is which. As the discussion begins in earnest, you notice that several brothers are engaged in a heated debate over some point or other. Brother Edwin attempts to intervene, but his words fall on deaf ears as they continue arguing. It's not until one brother raises his hand and interrupts them with an unusual gesture, a series of rapid hand signals that seem out of place among the more formal proceedings. The room falls silent once more, this time due to surprise rather than concern for Brother Thomas. You realize that you've never seen these particular hand signals before. They're unlike any you recall from the monastery's code. Some brothers look confused, while others appear intrigued by the sudden display of nonverbal communication. Brother Edwin clears his throat and gestures toward the brother who made the unusual gesture. "Ah, Brother Peter," he says, using a tone that suggests curiosity rather than reprimand. "Perhaps you could enlighten us as to what those signals mean." The room remains hushed for several moments as everyone waits for an explanation. Finally, Brother Peter speaks up, his voice barely above a whisper. "Forgive me, brothers," he says, looking around at the faces of your fellow monks. "I sometimes get carried away with our discussions and forget that not all may be familiar with certain protocols." He pauses before continuing. "In my time as a novice, I was taught an additional system of hand signals to complement our order's formalized code," he explains. "It allows for quick communication during meetings or when discussing sensitive topics in the presence of guests who might overhear." The room is quiet once more as you process this new information. You think back on all the times Brother Peter has been present at gatherings, always seemingly attentive and engaged. Perhaps that was simply an illusion created by his use of these secret signals. Brother Edwin looks thoughtful for a moment before speaking up again. "I see," he says slowly, turning to face you directly. "This system is in addition to our formal code." He pauses as if considering the implications. "Tell me, Brother Peter, when exactly was this supplementary system introduced?" The question hangs in the air like an unasked query from a silent participant at the gathering. You realize that none of your fellow brothers seem entirely certain what to make of these hand signals or their origins. For several moments, no one responds. The only sound is the quiet rustling of parchment as Brother Edwin turns over his notes and consults them in search of an answer. You are hunched over a rickety table, Brother Edwin's dusty notes scattered across its surface. The dim light from the window casts eerie shadows on the stone walls as you ponder the intricacies of a forgotten dispute between the bishop and the local lord. A faint scent of old parchment wafts up, mingling with the stale air that clings to every corner of the scriptorium. Suddenly, Brother Edwin's hand pauses mid-scribble as he gazes at something on his desk. His eyes narrow slightly, a look of mild surprise etched on his face. He reaches out and picks up what appears to be an old letter, its parchment yellowed with age. The wax seal has cracked over time, but the faint impression remains. As Brother Edwin's fingers brush against the edges of the parchment, you notice that it seems slightly damp. Not excessively so, just a hint of moisture that suggests this letter may have been hidden away in a less-than-arid corner of the scriptorium for some years now. The air is heavy with dust and cobwebs. Perhaps even the smallest particles of moisture can cling to things here. Brother Edwin carefully sets down his quill, the nib leaving an ink-stained mark on the edge of his notes. His eyes remain fixed on the letter as he reaches out to wipe away a smudge from the wax seal with the hem of his sleeve. The fabric is coarse and worn, but it absorbs just enough moisture to prevent any further spotting. For a few moments, Brother Edwin simply studies the letter without opening it. You wonder what he's thinking, whether it's the recipient, the writer, or perhaps some long-forgotten event that has stirred his curiosity. Finally, with a gentle touch, he breaks the seal and begins to unroll the parchment within. As you watch, the creases in the paper smooth out, releasing a faint musty scent into the air. Brother Edwin's eyes scan the contents of the letter before focusing on something specific, perhaps an address or a date. His brow furrows slightly as he searches for more information. You lean forward to examine the parchment alongside him, running your fingers over the edges where it has been creased by years of storage. The texture is rough in some places and smooth in others. You sense that this letter must have seen better days before being set aside for so long. A small inscription on the edge catches your eye, a date, 27th day of March, 1256. Brother Edwin's gaze lingers on it as well. You recall a conversation from earlier about some discrepancy in the monastery's records, something that involved a bishop and a local lord. Could this be connected? Or is this simply another minor detail to add to the scriptorium's labyrinthine history? Brother Edwin begins to read through the letter again, more intently now. His eyes scan each line multiple times as he searches for some connection between its contents and his present task. The light from the window casts long shadows across the parchment, illuminating the faint ciphers that decorate the margins. The silence in the scriptorium deepens as Brother Edwin becomes increasingly absorbed in the letter's secrets. Your own attention drifts to other corners of the room, to dusty shelves where old manuscripts and scrolls seem to slumber, their contents waiting patiently for someone with an interest like your own. Somehow, it seems that this forgotten letter has become a minor but intriguing puzzle piece within the larger tapestry of Brother Edwin's work. The way he reads through its lines once more speaks volumes about his desire to connect disparate threads and uncover hidden truths. Time itself begins to warp as you sit there with him, a quiet observer amidst the gentle rustling of parchment, watching words dance across pages in a language both familiar and yet so foreign. Your own thoughts grow tangled within the scriptorium's musty scent. Memories surface from long-forgotten conversations about ancient texts and dusty archives. As Brother Edwin finishes reading the letter for what feels like an eternity, his expression remains thoughtful, as though trying to place a fragment of memory into its proper context. You sense that this moment will become another building block in your understanding of life within these stone walls, one piece among many more waiting to be discovered. With a quiet sigh, Brother Edwin sets the letter down and begins re-rolling it with a practiced hand, his fingers deftly smoothing out any creases before securing the seal once more. As he does so, you notice that there are faint scratch marks on the desk's surface near where he had laid out the parchment, evidence of earlier drafts or perhaps forgotten notations. For now, however, it seems as though Brother Edwin has found what he was searching for in those yellowed pages, a thread to tug at, an angle from which to reconsider some overlooked detail. He sets aside his quill and leans back in his chair, eyes still narrowed in contemplation, lost within the intricate dance of historical dates and forgotten correspondences that only a place like this can provide. In time, Brother Edwin's thoughts will return to their usual meditative state as he begins drafting more notes on some related topic. For now, though, your own gaze lingers on those scratch marks on the desk, tiny reminders of countless other times when pieces of parchment and quills have held a secret within them, waiting for someone like Brother Edwin to find. Eventually, you'll rise from this hunchback chair, feeling slightly stiff from hours spent sitting over dusty notes. As your gaze wanders around the scriptorium once more, absorbing all those creaking shelves and forgotten corners, it becomes clear that even on a day as ordinary seeming as any other in these cloistered walls, there exists within every fold of parchment or scratch mark on stone a world waiting to be rediscovered. Time passes with an air of quiet ease. Brother Edwin's contemplative mood gradually seeps into the atmosphere around you. Shadows grow longer across the room until it feels almost like dusk outside, though in reality, only minutes have elapsed since he first found that long-forgotten letter amidst his notes. Your own thoughts wander to all those scattered manuscripts on shelves nearby, and the tales they might hold within their yellowed pages. Perhaps someday someone will unearth them too. As you walk through the cloistered courtyard of our monastery, notice the faint scent of sandalwood wafting from Brother Edwin's workshop. He's busy repairing a broken wooden chest, his hands moving deftly as he shapes and fits the pieces together. The sound of his hammer ringing against metal is soothing, punctuated by the soft rustle of pages turning in the scriptorium. The morning sun casts long shadows across the stone floor, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. You pause for a moment to watch Brother Edwin work, mesmerized by the intricate patterns unfolding before your eyes. His hands are stained with walnut oil and his sleeves are rolled up, revealing a sprinkling of fine hairs on his forearms. As you continue through the courtyard, you notice a group of brothers gathered near the well, their voices hushed as they discuss something in earnest tones. Brother Gregory holds court, his eyes wide with excitement, while Brother Thomas listens intently, nodding along to whatever tale is being spun. The subject of their conversation remains unclear, but it's clear that it's serious business. Nearby, a small cluster of brothers is engaged in a heated game of nine men's Morris, their pieces clicking against the stone as they strategize and block each other's moves. Brother Mark scowls good-naturedly, his eyes fixed on the board as he tries to outmaneuver Brother John. The air is filled with the scent of baking bread wafting from the kitchen, where Sister Alice is busy preparing the mid-morning meal. She works efficiently, her hands moving in a blur as she shapes and slides loaves into the oven. The aroma of warm bread fills your nostrils, making your stomach growl softly. As you make your way to the refectory for breakfast, you notice Brother Henry sitting alone at a table near the window, his head bent over an open book. He's deep in thought, oblivious to the commotion around him. His eyes are narrowed, his brow furrowed as he studies some passage or another. You take your seat next to him, trying not to disturb him from his reverie. The bread and cheese arrive shortly after, accompanied by a steaming jug of ale that Brother Edwin poured with a flourish earlier in the morning. As you break your fast, you can't help but think about how this moment, sitting here with your fellow monks, surrounded by the familiar rhythms of monastery life, feels like exactly what you're meant to be doing. Of course, this isn't something I always knew for certain. When I arrived at the monastery all those years ago, it was more a matter of following in my father's footsteps than any grand sense of calling or purpose. My family had been monks for generations. It seemed only natural that I would follow suit. I remember walking through these very doors as a young man, feeling both excited and terrified by the prospect of dedicating myself to this life. The monastery was and still is a place where time moves at its own pace, or perhaps more accurately, a pace dictated by the rhythms of prayer and contemplation. It's not always easy to navigate, but it's certainly never dull. As you sit here now, surrounded by the gentle sounds and sense of the monastery, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that becoming a monk wasn't exactly something I set out to do, more like something that unfolded gradually over time. Perhaps unfolding isn't quite right after all. It's not as if some grand revelation suddenly illuminated my path and I was compelled to follow. No, the truth is rather more mundane than that. A series of small events and incremental choices led me down this particular path. And yet, well, perhaps even path is too strong a word. Maybe what I'm trying to convey is simply how it all came together like stones tumbling into place on some quiet streambed. As you take another bite of bread and savor the rich taste, let me see if I can recall those early days for you. It's been many years now, but certain memories remain stubbornly vivid in my mind. I must have arrived at the monastery around noon one autumn afternoon. The sun was already low in the sky by then, casting long shadows across the courtyard. I remember Brother Gregory standing near the entrance, a friendly smile on his face as he greeted me and took charge of guiding me through the formalities. It seems odd to think about now, but I must have been both nervous and excited at that moment. All those years ago when my father handed me over, so to speak, to this particular group of men who would come to feel like brothers. You see, it wasn't just a case of following tradition. There was something more complicated going on. My parents had always spoken fondly of the monastery and its way of life, but I think they were also hoping that by sending me here, they'd be able to lay some ghost to rest in their own household. You see, my younger brother had died under rather unfortunate circumstances a few years prior, and I imagine there was more than just grief at play when it came time for them to make decisions about the family's future. Anyway, that's not something we'll get into here today, or perhaps ever. What matters is how all this led me eventually to where you are now, sitting in the refectory with a steaming cup of ale and a full belly. It wasn't always easy, nor was it particularly smooth sailing. There were times when I questioned whether this life truly suited me, moments like when Brother Henry's cat got loose during Vespers again, or when we ran out of decent wine for the feast day celebrations, a matter that naturally caused no small amount of consternation among certain senior members. And yet, as you sit here now, surrounded by all these familiar sounds and smells, perhaps it's precisely those tiny moments of uncertainty that help me find my footing. After a while, they become like second nature. The faint scent of Brother Edwin's workshop, the soft clinking of dishes from Sister Alice in the kitchen. In fact, I think what drew me to this life wasn't so much some grand sense of purpose or calling, though those can certainly be useful. What it was and still is a quiet acceptance that sometimes things unfold slowly without fanfare, like the slow growth of grass after spring rain. This realization dawned on me gradually over time, as I watched Brother Gregory work his way through yet another manuscript in the scriptorium. It's funny, even now when we discuss our daily tasks and routines, the ones no one ever really thinks to put into a formal schedule, you'd be surprised how much of it boils down to simply showing up day after day, week after week. People often talk about spiritual journeys as if they were some grand adventure through mountain passes or across vast deserts. In reality, more like quietly making your way along the riverbank on a sunny afternoon, watching as cress grows in the shallows and frogs leap silently into the water. You see what I mean? It's not that there weren't moments of clarity, only they tended to be small ones. Brother Edwin's deft hands fitting together fragments of wood, Sister Alice mixing a batch of fresh bread dough on her own kitchen hearthstone. Perhaps someday someone will unearth these scraps and stories just as you are now, as I am trying to do for you. Until then, just sit here with us in the refectory. Let's savor this quiet morning light while it lasts. The sunbeams streaming through the refectory windows cast an intricate pattern on the stone floor, a fleeting dance of light and shadow that will soon give way to the gentle murmur of monks' conversations as they break their fast. You sit here with us in this quiet space, surrounded by the scent of baking bread wafting from the adjacent kitchen, an aroma so familiar it's almost forgotten until it's absent for a day or two. As you take another sip of your watery ale, notice how Brother Edwin's habit appears slightly mismatched. The left sleeve is just a fraction longer than the right one, which makes his elbow look slightly uneven when he gestures with his hand. This small imperfection might have gone unnoticed by anyone who doesn't know him well, but it speaks to the reality of life in this community, where individuality and perfection are not the primary concerns. Brother Edwin's mismatched habit is a reminder that even our most carefully crafted attire has its quirks. We wear habits for humility, yes, but also for practicality. They're designed to be serviceable, easy to clean, and above all else, durable enough to withstand the rigors of daily life in a monastery. As you take another glance at Brother Edwin's sleeve, consider what might have been underneath his habit, or rather, under your own clothes. We used to wear woolen tunics next to our skin during the winter months, and linen shirts in warmer weather. These weren't just for warmth, they also helped regulate body temperature and protect us from chafing caused by the tight-fitting habits we wore over them. The smell of these undergarments would have been pungent, shall we say, a mix of sweat, wool oil, and occasional hints of soap or herbs. In your imagination, picture yourself as Brother Edwin, adjusting your habit in preparation for prayer. You notice how the rough hem of your tunic scratches against your skin at certain points, especially where your belt presses into it. You've learned to live with this minor discomfort over time. After all, our habits are designed to be worn constantly. When we think about medieval monks' clothing, images often come to mind of austere simplicity and monastic austerity. Yet the reality is more nuanced. While our attire did adhere to specific rules regarding color, texture, and style, it was also a reflection of our practical needs as well as our social status within the community. The abbot's habits were always immaculately tailored, not just in terms of fit, but also with regard to symbolism. He wore rich fabrics and intricate embroidery that denoted his rank and authority. Other members of the clergy, like Brother Edwin here, followed a more subdued approach. Their tunics might be made from coarser wool or linen without elaborate designs. As you continue your mental exploration of medieval monastic attire, recall the sensation of wearing a tunic next to your skin on a cold winter's night. You shiver slightly at the memory, not just because of the chill, but also due to the strange texture of those undergarments against your flesh. Wool oil or lanolin was often applied to our tunics during manufacturing. This would have given them a soft sheen and helped repel water, though it might also cause skin irritation in some individuals. In contrast to the elaborate habits worn by the abbot and other high-ranking clergy members, ours were designed for functionality rather than ornamentation. They allowed us to move freely while working or praying, which was essential given our daily routines involved everything from tending gardens to copying manuscripts. Despite their simplicity, these clothes held a significance that extended beyond mere practicality. They served as a constant reminder of our commitment to humility and service. The refectory's atmosphere shifts gradually as more monks arrive for breakfast. The murmur of conversation grows louder, accompanied by the clinking of utensils on wooden plates. Our meal today consists mainly of bread, coarse, dark loaves that have been baked overnight in the community oven, along with some cheese and perhaps a few dried fruits. As you sit here amidst this tranquil scene, let your gaze wander around the room once more. Note how Brother Edwin's mismatched habit now blends into the background as other figures come into focus. The elderly monk who always seems lost in thought, the novice struggling to keep up with his duties, or even that one brother whose constant whistling grates on some of our nerves. Our lives may be bound together by shared routines, rules, and rituals, yet within this framework lies an intricate tapestry of personalities, quirks, and eccentricities. Just as a well-worn habit holds the memories and scents accumulated over time, so too does each member of our community carry their unique experiences, preferences, and foibles. If you were to imagine yourself in Brother Edwin's shoes, or rather tunic, what do you think it would feel like? The rough texture of his habit against your skin, the pressure from the tight belt that wraps around your waist, the smell of old wool oil lingering on your clothes even after a wash. These are not grand gestures, but small details that shape our daily existence. In this refectory, surrounded by brothers who have grown accustomed to each other's idiosyncrasies and imperfections, we sit together in quiet companionship as morning light pours through the windows like a gentle benediction upon us all. The prior of our monastery, Brother Edwin, sat at the head table, his eyes surveying the room with a mixture of patience and wariness. The morning meal was underway, and as usual, it seemed to be taking its sweet time. Bread was being broken, porridge spooned into bowls, and conversations were meandering in every direction. You are here, sitting beside Brother Edwin's table, watching him watch the room with an air of quiet authority. You've been a part of this community for several years now, learning the rhythms and routines that govern our daily lives. Yet even after all this time, you still catch yourself being surprised by some small detail, like the way the morning light pours through the windows, casting intricate patterns on the stone floor. As Brother Edwin sipped his ale, he noticed something odd, a faint scratching noise coming from one of the upper rooms. It was too soft to be the brothers' usual murmurings as they went about their day. No, this sounded more deliberate, like fingernails on wood. The prior's eyes narrowed slightly behind his spectacles. Brother Edwin pushed back his chair and rose from the table, excusing himself with a gentle nod towards Brother Thomas, who was trying to engage him in conversation about the finer points of scriptoria organization. "Forgive me, brother," he said quietly. "I believe I may need to attend to something." You follow him as he makes his way out of the refectory and into the narrow corridor beyond. The air is thick with the scent of baking bread and the distant hint of candle smoke from one of the upper chambers. Brother Edwin's footsteps echo off the stone walls, leading you up a winding staircase to the living quarters. As you climb higher, the sounds of the lower floors grow fainter, replaced by an unsettling silence that makes your skin prickle ever so slightly. You can't quite put your finger on it, but there's something peculiar about this stillness. It's as if everyone above is holding their breath in anticipation of. Brother Edwin reaches a small landing and pauses for a moment before proceeding down a narrower corridor lined with wooden doors. He halts at one such door slightly ajar, the way it usually was when Brother Thomas came to tidy up his room. "Ah," says the prior softly, pushing open the door further. "Brother Michael's quarters." You step inside alongside him, finding yourselves in a small, neatly kept space that seems almost untouched by time. Shelves for books and simple furnishings, all perfectly arranged according to Brother Edwin's strict standards. Yet what catches your eye is not so much the tidiness as something else. A small door, expertly hidden behind a tapestry of woven vines, blends seamlessly into the wall. It looks more like a particularly well-sealed seam in the stonework than an entrance to another room. Brother Edwin's hand hesitates on the doorknob for a moment before he turns it and pushes open this new doorway. Inside lies a hidden space, narrow and dimly lit, with walls that appear rougher than those of Brother Michael's quarters. There are no windows here, only a small lantern suspended from the ceiling casts flickering shadows across dusty shelves filled with ancient volumes bound in worn leather. You find yourself peering into this secret room alongside Brother Edwin, both of you exchanging an unspoken "what if?" as though asking aloud would somehow shatter the tranquility that clings to this forgotten corner. You can almost hear the silence whispering secrets back at you, whispers of forgotten knowledge, hidden histories, and long-forgotten events. Brother Edwin steps forward cautiously, his hand brushing against a nearby shelf as if feeling for something, though what you're not quite sure. A faint scratch on one book cover catches your eye. It looks older than the others in this collection. The prior's voice drops to almost nothing. "This must have been hidden by our founders. The first prior of this house, perhaps." It feels like a relic from another era. You take your time examining the room, running fingers over worn spines and dusty pages. Every volume here speaks silently about lives lived in different times, their stories waiting to be unearthed by some future hand. As Brother Edwin begins carefully gathering these books into his arms, you notice something peculiar. A faint line on one of the shelves seems almost fresher than the rest, like it was added more recently rather than being part of this space since its creation. The surface is smooth and unblemished. Whatever caused that mark might still be lingering nearby. You can feel Brother Edwin's gaze upon you, questioning your thoughts without needing to ask a word. Together, you both ponder, what if this fresher line wasn't here by accident? What hidden purpose could have led someone in the past or present to subtly alter this ancient space? Brother Edwin steps back from the shelves and begins examining them more closely. Ah, he says softly, his finger tracing a small symbol etched into one corner of the shelf's stone surface. You lean forward alongside him, trying to decipher what that mark could signify. Brother Edwin looks at it thoughtfully before turning towards you with an air of shared curiosity, both of you lost in this tiny mystery. As morning light continues its gentle climb through the monastery windows below, illuminating dust motes dancing lazily within narrow shafts of sunbeams, your attention remains fixed upon these small discoveries. The soft murmur of Brother Edwin's chanting still resonates within the quiet corridors of the monastery, a gentle accompaniment to your footsteps as you make your way down to the scriptorium. The morning light continues its gradual ascent through the windows below, casting an ethereal glow upon the stone floor and illuminating dust motes, dancing lazily within narrow shafts of sunbeams that filter through the stained glass above. As you enter the scriptorium, a warm scent of parchment and ink envelops you, transporting your senses back to a world where every moment is devoted to preserving and creating. The air is thick with the weight of countless pages turned, quills scratching against vellum and the faint tang of candle wax. You take a seat beside Brother Henry, who's engrossed in deciphering an illuminated manuscript that lies open before him. The scriptorium itself appears unchanged since your arrival, rows of wooden desks lined with parchments, inkwells, and quills, shelves laden with worn leather tomes, and the faint scent of old paper wafting from every corner. Yet it's in these moments of quiet contemplation that you begin to notice subtle nuances. A single thread loose on Brother Edwin's tunic, a faint scratch above Brother Thomas's left eyebrow, or the soft lapping of wind against the window panes as morning clouds drift lazily across the sky. Brother Henry looks up from his work and catches your eye. "Ah, good morrow," he says with a gentle smile. His voice is low and soothing, like a summer breeze rustling through wheat fields on a still day. He nods toward the manuscript in front of him. "I've been wrestling with this one for days. The date at the bottom seems to match an inscription we discovered last week in the cloister." You lean forward, intrigued by his words and drawn into the world within the pages. The script appears elegant yet intricate, like a spider's web intricately woven across the parchment. Brother Henry hands you a small, leather-bound magnifying glass from beside him, which you use to examine the date more closely. "Ah," you mutter softly as the text comes into focus. The year is 1234. Your brow furrows in concentration, and Brother Henry nods sympathetically. "Yes, we found no record of this particular inscription being documented anywhere else within our archives." The silence that follows stretches out like a still pond on a windless morning. You continue to study the text, noting tiny details, an unusual flourish above one letter, a faint erasure in another. Your mind wanders back to Brother Henry's words about the cloister. What if their discovery was not merely a relic of forgotten knowledge, but actually hinted at something more fundamental? Brother Edwin stirs from his corner near the hearth, where he'd been humming softly while stitching a worn leather strap for one of the younger brothers. He ambles over to your desk and peers over Brother Henry's shoulder at the manuscript. "Ah," he says after a moment, "I see what you mean about the date. It is indeed unusual." His voice carries an undertone of curiosity, but his eyes remain fixed on some other aspect of the text, perhaps something that escaped both your notice. You exchange a knowing glance with Brother Henry. These moments often unfold like this in the scriptorium, each brother adding their own unique perspective to unlock secrets hidden within pages. As you all continue poring over the manuscript, time slips by unnoticed. Hours are spent arguing over interpretations of minute details, whether that symbol above a letter represents an astronomical event or merely decorative flair, or what exactly Brother Henry's inspiration might have been when he transcribed it incorrectly in his haste to finish. The morning sun climbs higher through the windows now, casting shadows within which dust motes dance like tiny ballerinas. Your stomach growls softly, you've forgotten breakfast and are too engrossed to consider food. Brother Henry looks up from your shared manuscript and notices your expression. Ah, he says with a chuckle, I think it's almost time for the midday meal. He sets aside his quill and rises from his chair, gesturing toward the scriptorium door behind you. Your attention lingers on the illuminated pages before reluctantly following him out into the corridors. The morning light beyond the windows now illuminates a labyrinth of shadowed passageways, narrow tunnels that wind between the monasteries, various buildings like veins beneath an old tree's bark. Brother Henry leads you toward the refectory, where the brothers gather for their midday meal in silence. Upon entering the refectory, your eyes adjust to its stark contrast with the scriptorium. Rows of plain wooden benches face a single long table laden with food, and above it hangs a simple crucifix. The air is heavy with the scent of bread, still warm from the ovens below, mixed with the faint hint of herbs. You join Brother Henry at their usual place near the refectory's eastern window, which allows a sliver of sunlight to filter through, casting an eerie glow upon your hands and face as you break bread. Conversation is sparse during meals in this community. Each brother eats silently, lost within his own thoughts or prayers. Your mind begins to wander back to Brother Henry's manuscript. The peculiar date at its bottom seems almost deliberately placed there to provoke curiosity. A small smile plays on the edge of your lips as a quiet realization dawns. Perhaps it wasn't an accident after all. These gentle meanderings through the scriptorium and refectory bring you closer to understanding life within these stone walls, where every moment, even in silence, is woven into intricate patterns that would go unnoticed by outsiders. As Brother Henry begins speaking about their discoveries during meals past, your attention drifts back to him. In any case, he concludes after a pause, I believe this manuscript may be more than just an example of our order's calligraphic prowess. It holds secrets within its intricate script. With these words still echoing in the refectory, you're drawn into another quiet reverie. Brother Edwin lost in his leather stitching, Brother Henry contemplating their conversation over a cup of wine later that evening, and yourself standing before an open page of the illuminated manuscript, tracing symbols with your finger as afternoon sunlight pours through windows above. The silence within which these thoughts unfold is such that time becomes almost indistinguishable. Moments like these blend together into seamless tapestries. As you walk through the cloistered courtyard of our monastery, the soft chirping of sparrows and the distant rumble of the nearby river create a soothing melody that seems to lull even the most restless of minds into tranquility. The early morning sun casts long shadows across the stone floor, illuminating the faint wisps of incense that still linger from last night's Compline prayers. You notice Brother Edwin carefully tending to one of the candles in the courtyard's central fountain. He pauses for a moment to adjust his habit, smoothing out any wrinkles or creases, before returning to his task with meticulous attention. The gentle flicker of the candle flame dances across the surrounding stone, casting intricate patterns on the walls as Brother Edwin meticulously inspects it. The air is crisp and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth and the hint of last night's dinner, a simple but nourishing stew made from vegetables gathered in the monastery gardens. As you watch, Brother Edwin carefully removes the wick from its holder and examines it for any signs of wear or soot buildup. A small stone near his feet bears an inscription, Quod mi fecit feci, which seems to be a reminder that whatever God has created, we too should strive to create in our own humble way. You wonder what the exact date is on this stone, and whether it might hold some significance beyond its simple message. Perhaps it was placed there by one of our more contemplative brothers as a gentle nudge towards mindfulness. The thought drifts away like a cloud across the sky, leaving only a faint impression in your mind. As Brother Edwin works on the candle, he pauses to adjust his belt, ensuring that it is properly cinched around his waist. His hands move with a quiet confidence, familiar from years of performing this same task every morning without fail. The scent of beeswax and linseed oil hangs lightly over him as he inspects each wick for any imperfections. Nearby, the abbot's assistant, Brother Matthew, is making slow progress through his morning devotions in a nearby corner alcove. His voice rises softly from time to time, offering gentle prayers or reciting psalms with measured cadence. The sounds blend together into an almost constant hum of devotion, like the quiet thrumming of harp strings being plucked one by one. As you stand there watching Brother Edwin and Brother Matthew at work, a small gust stirs the air above the courtyard's central fountain, sending faint ripples across its surface. Water from last night's rain still lingers in every crevice and crack within the stones, so that even on calm days like this, one can almost hear an endless series of tiny echoes, the sound of water flowing through hidden passageways trickling down secret channels. With each passing moment, Brother Edwin seems more absorbed into his task. He is oblivious to your presence now, lost in the intricate dance between flame and wick as he methodically inspects every candle within reach. Sweat from his brow drips onto the stone floor with a tiny patter, an almost imperceptible reminder that even our smallest actions require sweat equity. The sound of Brother Edwin's work echoes softly through the courtyard, each steady stroke, each gentle adjustment to a wick or holder blending together into an unobtrusive melody. It reminds you of how time was once measured by candlelight, and perhaps still is in some ways. The precise burning rate for every type of wax was known with such exactitude that even the most basic actions like lighting candles could be performed without conscious thought. A small, intricately carved wooden box on a nearby shelf catches your eye. Inside lies an assortment of spare wicks, carefully sorted and labeled by Brother Edwin himself, a testament to his dedication to the task at hand. Each one has been dipped in linseed oil and then wrapped neatly around its holder before being stored for future use. As you watch, Brother Matthew rises from his devotions, his eyes still focused on some unseen realm beyond our own courtyard walls. He approaches the fountain slowly, hands clasped together as if in prayer, though what he prays for is impossible to discern. His breath comes and goes with a measured calmness that belies any turbulence within. You recall Brother Edwin mentioning how the monastery's abbot had once requested that they import more linseed oil from distant provinces due to its exceptional quality. But then you remember something else. Perhaps it was Brother Matthew who mentioned an experiment by some novice monk using vegetable oils instead. It seems these conversations occurred in different settings, long since lost within your memory. Brother Edwin finally finishes his task and places the candle on a nearby holder with great care. He takes one last glance to ensure all is as it should be before turning away from the fountain's central axis, almost, but not quite losing himself once more among the shadows of our cloistered courtyard. His footsteps carry an unfamiliar weight now that he has completed his task. Brother Edwin walks past you with a quiet resolve etched across his features, shoulders squared, head held high as if nothing could ever disturb him again. His path converges with yours momentarily before diverging towards the scriptorium where more work awaits. Nearby, Brother Matthew's voice rises once more from within the alcove. He speaks softly to himself now, perhaps repeating a prayer for guidance or simply counting down hours until his next task. The words become indistinguishable as he slips into his morning routine, another cog in our vast machinery of devotion. With Brother Edwin gone, you are left standing near the fountain's central axis with only your own thoughts and the faint echoes of water within its stones to keep company. A small gust stirs once more, sending ripples across the surface, an almost imperceptible reminder that even on still days like this, there is always movement beneath our feet. Your gaze wanders back towards Brother Edwin's path as he disappears into the scriptorium's doorway. The dim light within beckons you to follow, though for now your footsteps remain rooted near the fountain's central axis. As you continue standing there in contemplation, time itself begins to take on an almost shapeless quality once more. Moments blend and merge together, like droplets of water seeping into the stone pavement below. You are left pondering what it is that Brother Edwin had been doing before noticing him at all, perhaps merely walking past where you stood. The dimly lit corridor beyond the scriptorium stretches out like a dark ribbon, its stone flags worn smooth by generations of footsteps. You can almost hear the soft scuffing as Brother Edwin's sandals make their way down the passageway, his eyes fixed on some point ahead. As you stand there, trying to reconcile your initial impression with what seems to be a perfectly ordinary encounter, the distant clanging of pots and pans in the kitchen drifts through the air. Someone is preparing dinner, perhaps Brother Agnellis, who's notoriously slow at cooking but always insists on doing it himself. The flickering candles in the scriptorium cast eerie shadows on the walls as you continue to ponder your earlier encounter with Brother Edwin. It was so brief. You couldn't shake off the feeling that he'd been about to do something else entirely before noticing you standing there, like a man suddenly remembering an appointment at the other end of town. But what if it's not just chance? What if Brother Edwin genuinely didn't see you until that precise moment? The thought sends a tiny shiver down your spine as you recall the countless times you've caught yourself lost in thought, only to be startled by some mundane noise or distraction. Perhaps this is merely an exaggerated version of something we all experience. The corridor's silence has grown thicker now, almost palpable. A faint draft carries the scent of damp earth and old stone through the air as Brother Edwin rounds a bend ahead, still oblivious to your presence. Beyond him, the sound of voices rises in hushed conversation. Brothers Thomas and Sebastian discussing some aspect of their studies, or perhaps arguing over whose turn it is to take out the trash. You can't quite make out what they're saying, but their tones are unmistakable, a mixture of good-natured camaraderie and exasperation. Your eyes drift back to Brother Edwin's retreating figure as you ponder his earlier behavior. Was he genuinely absorbed in thought or simply going through the motions? It doesn't seem like much, but those moments when we zone out can be revealing about our inner lives, what preoccupies us where our minds wander. Beyond the corridor, beyond even the scriptorium itself, lies a world of monastic routine, endless prayer, backbreaking labor in the fields, and an occasional visit from a traveling cleric with news of distant wars. Yet here in this narrow passage, it's not so much what happens that matters as how we experience it, like grains of sand slipping through our fingers. As you continue to watch Brother Edwin disappear into the darkness ahead, his sandals making soft crunching sounds on the gravel path outside, your thoughts inevitably turn back to the life beyond these monastery walls. The world outside is vast and untamed, with its own rhythms and routines that bear little resemblance to ours. People live and die there, grow old, get married, raise children. The flickering candles seem to be casting shadows on the opposite wall now, a pair of crows perched in an imaginary branch, their black silhouettes stark against the dim light. The air inside has grown heavy with the scent of incense from last night's vespers. Your gaze drifts back down to Brother Edwin as he vanishes around another bend, leaving you alone once more with your thoughts and the faint sounds drifting through the corridors, clinking dishes in the kitchen, hushed conversations between brothers, and if you listen closely enough, a gentle sighing of wind through gaps in the stonework. It's during these quiet moments that we come closest to understanding what it means to be a monk. Not just as individuals, but collectively, bound together by shared vows, routines, and an unwavering commitment to their faith. Yet even within this framework, there exists an invisible undercurrent. The lay brothers who live alongside the monks but often seem worlds apart. Brother Edwin's story is one of these lives, ordinary in its own way, yet marked by subtle differences that set him apart from his clerical counterparts. His daily routine would be familiar to any monastic brother, waking before dawn, saying prayers, attending Mass, and then tending the gardens alongside Brother Agnellus. As you ponder this life, you can almost hear the gentle rustling of leaves as he waters a bed of newly planted herbs or inspects the vines for signs of pests. It's not an easy job, far from it, but one that requires a quiet patience and attention to detail. The light within the scriptorium has grown dimmer now, casting long shadows across the room as Brother Edwin continues on his way. You're left standing there, lost in thought about this peculiar world of lay brothers who live alongside monks, yet seem so very different from them, bound by shared routines but with lives that diverge like branches on a tree. Their stories are hidden within these monastery walls, whispers exchanged between brothers as they work side by side, the countless cups of ale consumed around the fire in winter evenings, and perhaps most elusive of all, their inner lives. For it's here, amidst the dust-covered tomes, flickering candles, and murmured prayers that we find them. In these late afternoon hours when shadows stretch long across the stone flags and silence has begun to creep over the monastery like a blanket, you can almost hear the soft sound of Brother Edwin's sandals returning, this time accompanied by an older brother, perhaps even one as venerable as Father Ignatius himself. The conversation would be hushed naturally, discussing some aspect of their work or merely enjoying each other's company. But that's not to say it wouldn't make for a fascinating study in contrasts. These lay brothers who walk alongside the monks, yet live lives filled with quiet purpose and unassuming dedication. The darkness beyond the scriptorium has grown deeper now, like an invitation to explore. Your eyes strain into its depths as you follow Brother Edwin, or rather, imagine him returning down this corridor, lost in thought about what lies ahead. Perhaps a late supper of bread and cheese, maybe some quiet reading before bed. As Brother Edwin's footsteps recede into the distance, you are left standing alone in the corridor, surrounded by the faint scent of old wood and the soft whisper of candles burning in the nearby chapel. The flickering light casts eerie shadows on the stone walls as it dances with a gentle breeze that stirs the dust motes suspended in the air. The silence is almost palpable, broken only by the creaking of wooden beams beneath your feet as you make your way back to the scriptorium. You can't help but feel a sense of unease as you navigate through the dimly lit passageways, trying not to disturb the quiet reverie that seems to permeate every corner of this ancient monastery. You enter the scriptorium, where Brother Edwin's fellow scribes are huddled over their workstations, painstakingly copying illuminated manuscripts by hand. The soft scratch of quills on parchment fills the air as you take your seat at an empty desk in a quiet corner of the room. As you begin to prepare for your own task, transcribing a passage from the works of St. Augustine, you notice Brother Edwin's absence, and can't help but wonder what has occupied him so thoroughly. Perhaps he was lost in thought about his upcoming journey to the nearby town, or maybe he had an epiphany while meditating in the chapel. Your eyes wander around the room as you work, taking in the faint scent of ink and vellum that clings to every surface. You notice Brother Thomas's peculiar habit of tapping his quill against the edge of his desk whenever he is deep in thought, a trait that drives some scribes mad but others find strangely soothing. As the hours slip by, you are lost in your own reverie, poring over the fine script as it flows onto the parchment like water. The soft hum of conversation and laughter from nearby desks creates a gentle background noise that becomes almost white noise, allowing you to focus on the intricate dance of letters and words. But amidst this quiet concentration, one thing catches your attention. Brother Edwin's supper plate has been left untouched for what feels like an eternity, or at least, until it was removed by a passing brother. You remember hearing whispers about Brother Edwin being particularly particular about his meals, how he would often send back plates that were not up to par. You recall the previous evening's dinner, where you had noticed him politely declining the leftover stew, citing something about the sauce needing more reducing. Whatever it was, you'd assumed at the time and still assume now that the cooks must have gotten it right eventually. After all, Brother Edwin isn't one to complain unnecessarily. The memory lingers as you continue your work, but soon becomes a distant recollection amidst the soft scratch of quills on parchment and the gentle creaking of wooden beams. The room seems to shrink around you, growing smaller with each passing moment, until it feels like just another dark corner in this labyrinthine monastery. As night begins to fall, casting long shadows across the stone floors, you can feel your eyelids grow heavy beneath the weight of fatigue. Brother Edwin's absence still nags at the back of your mind, but for now it remains a distant concern, something that will likely be discussed over breakfast in the morning. The soft murmur of conversation around you ebbs and flows as brothers begin to pack up their workstations for the night. You rise from your seat, stretching your arms above your head in an attempt to shake off the lingering stiffness in your back. As you make your way towards the door, a faint scent catches your attention, something pungent that seems out of place among the usual aromas of candle wax and parchment. You follow it to its source. Brother Edwin's untouched plate has been removed from his workstation, but nearby lies an almost empty jug of milk. For some reason, you feel a pang of recognition as you glance at the container. Something about its shape or label seems familiar. Then it dawns on you that this must be the very same jug that had sat unopened in your own refectory earlier that evening. A curious incident occurs to you. How was Brother Edwin's milk left untouched while yours had been carelessly poured into a fresh container? It doesn't seem like much, just another quirk of monastery life perhaps. Yet something about it nags at the back of your mind as you make your way towards the door. The night air outside is crisp and cool, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth from the nearby forest. You take a deep breath, letting the darkness envelop you like a shroud, feeling your eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment. As you begin to wind your way through the dark corridors towards the dormitory, you can't help but wonder, was Brother Edwin simply forgetful about his supper that night? Or did something more unusual occur behind those closed doors in the refectory? The questions swirl around your mind like autumn leaves rustling against stone walls, a gentle reminder of the enigmatic lives lived within these ancient walls. You try to shake off the nagging feeling, letting it drift away with each step towards the dormitory. Eventually, you find yourself standing outside the door to your quarters, where Brother Edwin is waiting for you, or so it seems in your half-dreaming state of mind. The wooden beam creaks softly as he pushes open the door, his eyes cast downward in a gesture that suggests contemplation rather than purpose. Without speaking, he gestures towards an empty pallet beside yours and lies down with a soft sigh, his shoulders rising and falling in tandem with your own breathing. For a moment, you remain still, two separate figures lost in our own thoughts as the night air carries us gently toward slumber. As I speak now, Brother Edwin's quiet murmurs become part of the background hum of conversation that ebbs and flows through these corridors, a constant reminder of lives lived within this labyrinthine monastery. The soft glow of Brother Edwin's lantern casts a warm light on his face, illuminating the gentle ripples of his lips as he speaks softly to another brother in hushed tones. The conversation trails off into the background hum of whispers and murmurs that seem to seep from every stone and timber within these ancient walls. As I speak now, Brother Edwin's quiet murmurs become part of this constant reminder of lives lived within this labyrinthine monastery. You are standing alongside me on one of the narrow corridors that crisscross the complex, your footsteps echoing off the cold stonework as you make your way to the scriptorium for evening prayers. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and dust, a reminder of the countless hours spent copying sacred texts by hand. You notice Brother Edwin's companion, young novice Thomas, hovering nearby, his eyes wide with curiosity as he tries to follow the conversation. His gaze drifts back to you, and for an instant our eyes meet, a brief flicker of connection before he looks away, his face scrunched in concentration as he attempts to decipher Brother Edwin's hushed words. The soft creaking of wooden panels beneath your hand as you push open the door to the scriptorium announces your arrival. The air inside is heavy with the weight of centuries, the faint tang of candle wax and ink hanging like a mist above the rows of worn wooden desks. At one end of the room, Brother Ambrose stands at his desk, quill poised over a fresh sheet of parchment as he inscribes the day's devotions. His brow furrows in concentration as he works, his eyes flicking back to the text before him with an intensity that suggests even the most mundane phrases hold secrets and mysteries waiting to be unlocked. Novice Thomas follows you into the scriptorium, his eyes scanning the room with a mixture of awe and trepidation. He approaches Brother Ambrose's desk, hesitating for a moment before asking in a soft voice, "Brother, what is it about silence that requires such dedication?" His words trail off as he glances around the room, taking in the rows of silent monks absorbed in their work. The brothers' faces remain tranquil, but a faint ripple runs through the air like ripples on a still pond. You sense it before Brother Edwin responds, his voice low and measured as he speaks to novice Thomas. "Ah, silence is not merely an absence of noise, my young friend, though that is part of its beauty. Silence is," he pauses, searching for the right words. As you stand there, your gaze drifts around the room, taking in the sea of faces absorbed in their tasks. Brother Edwin's eyes meet yours across the space between them, and for an instant his expression falters, a hint of uncertainty creeping into the tranquil landscape of his features before he recovers himself. The flickering candles casting shadows on the walls create a sense of depth within this narrow room, making it seem as if we are standing at the edge of some vast, unseen chasm. The soft crackle of burning wax and the gentle rustling of parchment pages become almost hypnotic, an entrancing melody that draws you deeper into the world of these monks. Your thoughts begin to wander back to your own novice days, when Brother Edwin's words would have sent a thrill through your chest like a promise unfulfilled. His teachings on silence had always been shrouded in mystery, as if he held secrets that only revealed themselves under the stillness of the night sky or within the quiet hours before dawn. As you ponder his enigmatic response to novice Thomas's question, Brother Edwin slips away from us unnoticed, disappearing into the labyrinthine corridors like a ghostly figure vanishing into shadows. The silence in the scriptorium deepens, becoming almost palpable, an unspoken understanding that we are all caught up in some greater mystery waiting to be unraveled. The gentle lapping of candle flames against their metal holders creates a soothing melody that seems to seep beneath your skin, reminding you of countless nights spent listening for the soft murmur of prayers or the faint creaking of wooden beams settling into place. It is as if these sounds have woven themselves into the very fabric of this monastery, an organic part of its ancient heartbeat. In the quiet hours before Vespers, when shadows creep across the walls and darkness gathers beyond the windows like a living entity, it becomes almost impossible to separate individual thoughts from the collective reverberations that echo through every nook and cranny. You feel yourself becoming part of this vast, unseen symphony, your own heartbeat merging with the steady cadence of prayer, candlelight, and silence. The soft rustling of Novice Thomas's habit as he adjusts his sleeves serves as a reminder that even within these walls, there is always some movement, some flux. His eyes still linger on Brother Ambrose's work, taking in the intricate script and illuminated capitals with an expression bordering between awe and trepidation. As you continue to observe, Novice Thomas's gaze drifts towards the window, a fleeting glance at the sky beyond the panes before his attention returns to Brother Ambrose. His eyes cloud over for a moment as if trying to grasp some elusive concept that hovers just beyond reach. You remember similar moments from your own novice days when the mysteries of silence seemed insurmountable, yet always tantalizingly close, an enigma you couldn't quite crack but were determined to solve with each passing day. The gentle rustling of Brother Edwin's robes as he disappears into the night adds another layer to this medley of sounds and sensations that fill your senses. Silence within these walls is not a static entity, but rather a living tapestry woven from countless threads, whispers in hushed tones during meals, the soft creaking of wooden beams settling beneath generations' weight, or the faint scent of candle wax melting into the air. Each moment contributes to this vast symphony, reminding us that even within these walls there is always some movement, some flux. Your thoughts begin to wander back to Novice Thomas's question, his inquiry about what silence means beyond its absence of noise. The flickering candles seem to dance with a newfound intensity, as if responding to the mystery itself, their shadows dancing across Brother Ambrose's parchment like dark ink bleeding into the illuminated capitals. As I speak now, you feel yourself drawn deeper into this labyrinthine world, a place where every sound has meaning and significance, even in its absence. The soft creaking of wooden panels beneath your hand as you leave the scriptorium signals another turning point on our journey through these ancient walls, one that will carry us further along the winding paths of silence, mystery, and discovery. The gentle rustling of Brother Edwin's robes grows fainter with each step, until it becomes a distant echo disappearing into the night. As I speak now, we continue onward, entwined in this vast symphony of sound and silence that fills every corner of our world, one where even the smallest details hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Your footsteps on the stone floor grow slower as you make your way through the corridors, taking in the shadows cast by flickering candles like dark leaves rustling across parchment. The soft creaking of wooden panels and the faint scent of candle wax mingle with our collective reverberations, a reminder that even within these walls, we are never truly alone. As I speak now, you sense yourself becoming part of this medley, an integral thread woven into the fabric of silence itself. As you continue to blend with the surroundings, the shadows on the stone walls grow longer and more defined, like wisps of dark smoke that seem to seep from the very foundations themselves. The air remains still, a gentle hush that wraps itself around your ears like a blanket. You feel weightless, detached, as if you're floating just above the scene unfolding below. In the quiet moments before dawn, when darkness is almost palpable and light yet to arrive, Brother Edwin stirs in his small cell. He rises with an unobtrusive creak of wooden slats beneath him, a soft murmur escaping his lips as he rubs the stiffness from his neck. His eyes adjust slowly to the dimness, casting about for the familiar outline of his breviary on its nearby stool. The faint scent of damp stone and old parchment clings to Edwin's cloak like an invisible shroud. He moves with deliberate slowness, not yet quite awake, as he gathers his belongings and heads towards the chapel for morning prayers. His footsteps are muffled by worn rushes strewn across the floorboards, a meager attempt at comfort on these cold stone floors. As you follow Edwin from your own vantage point, you notice that the air within the cloisters is heavy with an almost imperceptible dusting of frost. It clings to surfaces like a fine web, a reminder of last night's chill. The wind outside carries its gentle sighs through narrow arches and along passageways, whispering secrets only known to the stones. You notice a few scattered candles flickering in alcoves, their soft glow casting eerie shadows on walls already shrouded by morning twilight. Candles like these are scattered throughout the cloisters for illumination, placed with care so as not to disturb the night watch or other monks still lost in prayer or study. With each step closer to his destination, Edwin's pace quickens slightly, driven by habit and duty rather than any pressing urgency. He is a man accustomed to routine and structure, finding solace in its familiarity amidst life's larger uncertainties. Upon entering the chapel, he takes up position alongside other monks already gathered for prayers. His eyes slide upward toward the vaulted ceiling as he begins his quiet chanting, blending into an unseen harmony with those around him. Each voice blends softly together, forming a rich yet hushed symphony of devotion that rises toward heaven like morning mist. In this atmosphere, one might expect whispers or murmurs, the quiet conversations often shared in such moments before dawn's light seeps in to chase away shadows and darkness. However, there exists an unspoken understanding among these monks. They are here for prayer and contemplation alone. Your gaze drifts through the chapel toward a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled between two stone pillars. The box appears almost inconspicuous, a simple handcrafted thing made from cedar wood with a delicate latch fastening it shut. Upon closer inspection, however, its surface is adorned with intricate patterns that tell their own story of craftsmanship and attention to detail. It's easy to become lost in such small wonders amidst the larger tapestry of life within these cloisters. Discovering hidden treasures like this box only heightens your sense of belonging among them. For now, though, you continue to absorb the quiet sounds of prayers rising into the morning stillness. The hours tick by with slow deliberation as the light outside gradually strengthens, filtering through stained glass windows high above and casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the chapel floor. Edwin's chanting blends seamlessly into this atmosphere, his voice weaving itself into the fabric of the day alongside those around him. Following prayers, a gentle rustling echoes from within one of the nearby stalls where monks often store their personal belongings. Brother William steps out with an air almost as languid as the morning breeze outside, a small wicker basket slung over one arm and an assortment of items gathered in his free hand. Candles for the altar, a fresh bundle of rushes for kneelers, and several large sheets of parchment. As he moves towards the scriptorium, William's attention is drawn to Edwin still standing near the entrance. "A pleasant morning," he says softly with a hint of weariness, yet an undercurrent of warmth in his voice. It's clear they share this daily ritual often enough for familiarity and understanding to flow beneath their words. The air within these walls has grown thick with anticipation, carrying whispers not just from prayers or voices, but also the promise of tasks awaiting completion. As Edwin responds to William's greeting by nodding quietly before following him toward the scriptorium, you notice a small stone statue standing in an alcove near the rear wall, one whose face seems worn smooth by time and countless touching hands. As they disappear from view into the dim light of the scriptorium, your gaze falls upon this statue. In its quiet repose lies a story not just of history or art, but also of people. Generations of monks who have come to pay their respects in private moments like these, leaving behind an unseen legacy etched on stone, as if by countless whispers that never grew loud enough for others to hear. You find yourself considering the intricate process behind such artistry, from the chiseling and shaping of marble or wood, down to even the careful selection of materials. Each detail seems imbued with a deeper meaning than mere ornamentation, speaking instead to an unspoken bond between those who created it and future generations that would come to appreciate these works. Brother Edwin and William's footsteps reappear within view as they make their way back into daylight, burdened by parchment and candles, but now carrying the added weight of contemplation. Their path weaves through rows of columns supporting the cloister's structure, providing a shaded route from which morning sun casts dappled shadows that stretch toward the sky like nature's own attempt at artistry. Their footsteps eventually halt near a small fountain nestled in an alcove, where they pause to refill their water flasks. Edwin pauses for a moment as he bends to retrieve his flask, gazing downward into its depths with eyes unfocused yet lost in thought rather than distraction or disinterest. As the sound of dripping water echoes through this sudden stillness, each drop falling softly against stone like small musical notes within an otherwise quiet melody, your attention drifts towards several nearby alcoves. Within these recesses, shelves hold a variety of artifacts and relics gathered from various corners of Christendom. Golden chalices next to delicate glass vials containing sacred oils, hand-illuminated manuscripts alongside intricately crafted boxes adorned with symbols known only to those who had first built them. Your gaze lingers on one such box nestled between two larger artifacts, a small, exquisitely carved wooden chest displaying an intricate design meant to tell stories yet lost to time. Among these relics lies the puzzle you've been pondering. Who truly owned all this art and antiques that now fill the cloisters? This question seems almost quaint amidst morning prayers and duties, but persists nonetheless, echoing softly in your mind, as if carried by a gentle breeze rustling through pages of ancient texts or whispered between rows of stone pillars. Your attention drifts back to Edwin, still lost in thought near the fountain. For him, the day's activities unfold like an intricate dance, each step choreographed by tradition and duty rather than choice or spontaneity. His contemplation is a necessary part of this routine, balancing tasks that keep the monastery running with moments for reflection. As you continue to blend into these surroundings, Edwin finishes his quiet moment near the fountain before joining William in their duties among the cloister's many secrets, each carrying an unseen weight within themselves as they strive to maintain balance between spiritual pursuits and mundane chores. Your presence here remains a shadowy observer, absorbing every detail with growing intimacy. Within this atmosphere of gentle activity, amidst dusty artifacts, faint scents of candle wax and parchment, and whispers that barely reach the edges of your perception, you begin to sense something deeper at play. An unseen harmony between those who created these relics and future generations they would bequeath them to. This bond transcends mere ownership or possession, speaking instead to a shared understanding of what it means to leave behind more than just one's physical presence. The morning wears on with quiet deliberation, each passing moment weaving together the intricate patterns that make up life within these cloisters. As you continue to absorb this atmosphere like a sponge soaking in water, your thoughts settle upon the wooden chest near the fountain, its intricate carvings whispering tales of those who created it and those they hoped would come after. In quiet hours such as these, when shadows cast by morning sun dance across stone floors, one might wonder, what if the date etched on that stone in the corner of the chapel is correct? And what if everything else, history's grand narratives and interpretations built upon them over time, is nothing more than a veil casting shadows where truth should be? Your thoughts drift toward Edwin and William as they go about their duties, lost within routines so deeply ingrained that only through reflection can one truly grasp the weight of these unspoken bonds between past generations. And you remain here among them, observing the dance of daily life amidst relics created by hands long gone but not forgotten. The air continues to hold a gentle stillness as morning sun grows stronger, casting its pale light across stone floors now worn smooth from countless footsteps. It's in such moments that one can almost hear whispers carried on wind currents through these narrow passageways, the faint echoes of lives lived and stories yet untold within walls bearing witness to centuries past. Your senses continue drinking in every detail, absorbing sounds, smells, textures, shadows, light, weaving them into an intricate tapestry as you become increasingly entwined with this world. And among it all lies that small wooden box near the fountain, its delicate patterns whispering tales of creators and those who would inherit their legacy. The morning wears on in silence, carrying secrets known only to stones that witnessed countless lives unfold, whispers now carried by gentle breezes rustling pages within ancient texts or lingering between stone pillars. The morning wears on in silence, carrying secrets known only to stones that witnessed countless lives unfold, whispers now carried by gentle breezes rustling pages within ancient texts or lingering between stone pillars. In the refectory, Brother Edwin has finished his prayers and is taking a moment to collect himself before joining the others for breakfast. The air inside is thick with the scent of old parchment, damp wool, and the faint tang of candle wax. Brother Edwin's eyes scan the room as he takes in the quiet scene, rows of wooden benches polished by generations of monks' knees, the long tables that stretch from wall to wall like a skeleton's ribcage, their surfaces scarred with knife marks and scratches. The warm light filtering through the narrow windows casts deep shadows on the walls, where the stone has absorbed countless prayers and petitions over the centuries. As he makes his way towards the kitchen door, Brother Edwin catches sight of Abbot Lucius standing at the head table, his eyes closed in contemplation. The abbot's hands are clasped together, his fingers interlaced like a priestess holding prayer beads. His lips move silently, as if reciting a psalm or perhaps praying for the souls trapped within the stone walls. Brother Edwin approaches Abbot Lucius with care, not wanting to disturb him during this quiet moment of devotion. He clears his throat softly and says, "Your Reverence." The abbot's eyes flicker open, and he gazes at Brother Edwin without a hint of surprise or annoyance, merely a recognition that breaks the spell. "Pardon me, Your Excellency," Brother Edwin continues, trying to sound as reverent as possible. "I was wondering if you've seen the latest batch of candles." We're running low on tallow for the evening prayers. Abbot Lucius nods thoughtfully and says, "Ah, yes. I had noticed that we were short-stocked. Please see Brother Gregory about it. He's been experimenting with new waxes from the south." As they discuss the candle supply, Brother Edwin notices a commotion at the entrance of the refectory. A group of brothers has gathered near the door, whispering among themselves and glancing nervously towards Abbot Lucius. The abbot, too, seems to sense something amiss. His eyes narrow slightly as he watches the scene unfold. Brother Edwin's curiosity gets the better of him, and he edges closer to the crowd. He asks one of the brothers on duty what's happening, but before receiving an answer, a group of servants enter with a makeshift stretcher, a wooden frame draped in worn cloth, carried by four burly men who look like they've been hauling heavy loads all day. The stretcher is covered by a hooded blanket that billows behind the bearers as they navigate through the room. The murmurs among the brothers grow louder now. Brother Edwin catches snippets of concern and unease. Who could it be? Or what's wrong with them? Abbot Lucius steps forward, his expression stern but not unkind, and says, "Let us move aside, my children." As the monks part to make way for the stretcher, a faint wail rises from within the hooded blanket, a sound unlike anything Brother Edwin has ever heard before. It's not quite pain or sorrow, more like an animal in distress, except that it holds none of the fear or panic he'd expect. The bearers halt near Abbot Lucius and gently remove the hood to reveal a figure shrouded in tattered woolen robes, a woman with skin grayed by years of exposure to the elements. Her eyes are sunken, but as they pass over Brother Edwin's face, for an instant he sees something there, a glimmer of recognition, perhaps even longing. The brothers gasp collectively. Brother Edwin feels his own breath catch in surprise. This is no ordinary leper, or at least not one from their order. The woman's eyes flicker again to Abbot Lucius before returning to the floor as if resigned to her fate. Abbot Lucius stands tall and calm amidst the commotion, a stillness within him that holds everyone else back. He speaks in his gentle voice, "Let us take care of our sister. Brother Edwin, please help me with this." Together they assist Abbot Lucius in escorting the leper into their midst. Brother Edwin follows closely behind as the procession makes its way through the crowded refectory. Not a word is spoken among them except for soft murmurs and whispers. The air thickens further with unease, yet amidst it all, Brother Edwin notices that his gaze keeps drifting back to Abbot Lucius's face, serene, concerned, compassionate. Eventually, they reach the designated area near one of the stone pillars, an alcove that seems to hold a special place in their daily routines. Within its sheltered space lies a set of worn wooden boxes containing herbs and linens, along with two candle holders that provide faint pools of light for those needing solace or care. Brother Edwin watches as Abbot Lucius begins making gentle adjustments around the alcove, perhaps preparing it for this unexpected visitor. The abbot's eyes lock onto Brother Edwin for a moment before moving to the leper. For an instant, they exchange something almost like understanding, recognition that despite life's many secrets and mysteries, sometimes these things happen. Abbot Lucius takes a few steps closer to the woman on the stretcher and says softly, "Welcome." "Sister," he reaches out with one hand not too close, yet not entirely avoiding her either. Brother Edwin can't quite tell if it's an attempt at comfort or merely a gesture of respect in this fragile moment. The leper barely responds. She gazes blankly ahead as Abbot Lucius takes hold of the nearby candles and begins adjusting their positions to cast more light upon the alcove. The air seems heavier now, weighed down by uncertainty. Yet amidst all these questions, Brother Edwin finds himself oddly at peace within this new atmosphere. The silence that follows is almost palpable, even the soft clinking of candle wax sounds loud against it. It's as if time itself has slowed to accommodate the fragile lives and stories hidden beneath worn robes. The moon casts a silver glow over the courtyard of St. Sebastian's monastery, illuminating the worn stone flags and the faint outlines of weary monks making their way to prayer. You stand among them, your own footsteps quiet on the cool stones as you prepare for nocturnes, the midnight prayers that will soon begin. In this still hour, the air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and the distant tang of candle wax from the scriptorium. The wind stirs, rustling through the chapel's latticework windows like a gentle sigh. You've grown accustomed to these late-night vigils, but tonight feels different. Perhaps it's the weight of an unusual visitor arriving unannounced. As you join the line of monks making their way into the chapel, Brother Edwin catches your eye and nods in greeting. His usually tidy tonsure is mussed from a hasty combing, and his habit looks like it could use a spot of mending. You exchange a quiet smile. Brothers often develop a shared understanding without needing words. Inside the chapel, the air is thick with incense and the soft murmur of prayers. The high altar glows in the moonlight streaming through the windows above, its intricate carvings seeming to shimmer like living silver. Brother Ambrose leads the chant, his voice steady as he guides you and the other monks through a series of psalms. Your gaze drifts towards the back pew where a lone figure sits, an unwelcome visitor in this late hour. His face is obscured by shadows cast from the chapel's recessed arches above, but his presence seems to be drawing your attention like a lodestone. Brother Ambrose notices too and inclines his head slightly, as if acknowledging some unseen detail. The prayers continue, their rhythm soothing yet somehow also heightening your awareness of this unexpected guest. His breathing is steady, not quite matching the pace of yours or that around you, but it's unmistakable in its calmness amidst the murmurs of prayer and shuffling feet. After nocturnes, the chapel grows quiet once more as monks settle into individual contemplation before dawn prayers. The air remains charged with anticipation regarding the visitor. Whispers have begun to circulate about who this could be and why they've arrived at such an unorthodox hour. One theory floating among brothers suggests a traveling pilgrim seeking sanctuary within our walls, but it's unlikely given their usual scrupulous respect for routine schedules. Another speculates that perhaps some unexpected package or messenger has been left in the courtyard, bearing tidings from beyond these cloistered gates. In reality, nothing seems out of place at first glance. Brother William is checking his candle supply as usual. Brother Luke tends to a minor burn on Sister Clara's habit, while Brother Edwin discreetly signals for you and two others to move quietly towards the rear pew. Their eyes flicker between each other before settling back onto the visitor, an unspoken understanding of protocol unfolding in this gentle, wordless manner. You remember the words from St. Jerome's letter about unwelcome visitors. The Lord may have sent them, but they will be a trial to us. Brother Ambrose takes up a nearby candle and approaches the rear pew with measured steps, not quite walking, but rather moving towards the mystery of this unexpected presence as one might approach an unknown patient in need. With your own movements synchronized to those around you, you follow closely behind. Your eyes adjust gradually to the dim light surrounding this stranger. His face remains shadowed for now, though it's impossible not to wonder who he is and why their arrival feels so deliberate. Brother Ambrose places a hand on the visitor's shoulder, an unobtrusive yet firm touch that signals quiet understanding. Your attention drifts toward Brother Edwin nearby, observing your companion's steady breath as they seem to absorb this unexpected development. Without breaking stride or altering his pace, you continue towards the group. Shadows dance along walls and windows above them like wisps of morning mist, while night air seems thick with anticipation, though what exactly is being anticipated remains unclear. Candles are extinguished before nocturne's end, plunging the chapel into darkness save for a few scattered flickers. Moonlight seeps through narrow openings in the latticework, casting patterns on stone flags like an ethereal fresco. The chapel's stillness envelops you once more as brothers rise from their knees and move with measured steps towards this mysterious presence, each one sensing that something new is unfolding within these cloistered walls. Brother Ambrose leans forward slightly. His breathing has become synchronized with the quiet murmur of night air, now almost imperceptible amidst an eerie sense of anticipation. What you notice next will depend on where your thoughts led, but it seems there's no turning back from this point. As brothers Edwin and Luke discreetly move to stand guard nearby, Brother Ambrose takes a step closer. And in the dim light cast by distant windows above, his features begin to take shape against that shadowed form at their rear. The faint outline of Brother Edwin's face grows clearer against the stone wall behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he focuses on something beyond our small group. I notice how his hands, clasped together in prayer, seem to be a tiny bit damp with dew. It must have been a chilly night for someone to leave their cell door open. The air inside this dimly lit corridor is heavy with the scent of old stone and worn leather bindings from the manuscripts stored within our scriptorium. I breathe deeply, feeling the dust rise up my nostrils as I exhale slowly. To one side, Brother Edwin's gaze has wandered off to a section of fresco depicting a scene from the book of Genesis, the part where Adam names all the creatures. I follow his gaze and see that it rests on the image of a particularly fine bird perched upon Noah's Ark. The painter's skill is evident in the delicate curves of its feathers, but what draws Brother Edwin's attention, I suspect, are the tiny details etched into the stone beneath, faint scratches suggesting an early draft of this fresco, later covered over by layers of paint. A faint scratch catches my eye as well, a line that runs diagonally across one corner of the painting. It looks like it might be some sort of artist's mark or maybe even a tiny error in the original design. Brother Edwin notices me looking at the same spot and raises an eyebrow. Perhaps he wonders if I've spotted something significant. Now, as we stand here, a gentle breeze stirs through our monastery's cloisters outside. Creaks of old woodwork and soft murmurs from someone praying nearby drift into this quiet space. The flickering torches on the walls cast shadows that dance across Brother Edwin's face, sometimes illuminating his nose in sharp relief, other times deepening the lines etched by years spent studying scripture. As I continue to study this fresco, my gaze wanders along Noah's Ark itself, how its wooden planks seem almost three-dimensional against the more fluid brushstrokes of the surrounding landscape. The artist has used some sort of technique, maybe a glaze or perhaps just careful layering, to make those wood grain textures stand out so vividly. But I digress. My mind meandering down such paths is nothing new for anyone familiar with our cloisters and scriptorium's dusty, air thick with debate over fine points of interpretation. Brother Edwin clears his throat softly before returning focus back on us, an attempt to steer conversation towards something less tangential perhaps. He pauses briefly as if checking a memory, then leans forward slightly. You see, we're due for Mass soon. I recall Father Abbot announcing that the main celebrant would be our own Frater Lucas today. Oh, and yet, Brother Edwin's tone turns serious now, an unusual shade of quiet concern etched across his features in this dim light. The kind of expression you might associate with remembering something rather important at short notice. I try to recall if there was a specific announcement made about wine supplies yesterday evening during Compline prayers, but I'm not certain, as those details often escape my attention amidst the chanting and readings from Scripture. Our monastery's kitchen is run by Sister Margaret and her team. Their preparations for meals are usually meticulous down to the last detail. Brother Edwin stands up now, smoothing his robes over a slight crease near the hem, an almost unconscious gesture before turning toward Frater Lucas' private quarters nearby. He mutters something about needing to double-check if there's been any miscount in inventory. Though I'm not entirely sure what he hopes to find or who might have noticed such a mistake. A murmur from behind him catches my attention. It sounds like one of our junior monks, Brother Thomas, approaching with a hesitant air. Brother Edwin, his voice is barely above a whisper, clearly unsure if interrupting this quiet moment before Mass would be proper etiquette. Father Abbot asked me to confirm whether you'd seen anything unusual about the wine stores today. It seems we might have reached an impasse for now, stuck between awaiting Frater Lucas' arrival and worrying over potential mishaps in our preparations for the Eucharist. A delicate balance of logistics that can be so easily upset. Brother Edwin pauses before turning back to us all with a measured response. No. I don't believe there's been any issue reported as yet, Thomas. His voice trails off slightly before adding softly, almost lost amidst these soft murmurs from outside and creaking wooden slats in the breeze. As we stand here waiting for Mass, a time when our attention turns toward more sacred matters, it becomes clear that Brother Edwin's concern may not be entirely about the wine. Perhaps something else has come to his mind during this quiet moment before the service. Brother Edwin's gentle voice trails off as he adjusts his cowl for what feels like the 100th time that day. The flickering candles cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, making it seem as though the very darkness itself is stirring in the corners of the scriptorium. He leans forward, elbows on knees, eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the parchment-strewn desk. The air is heavy with the scent of old vellum and ink, a familiar comfort that wraps around Brother Edwin like a worn cloak. His gaze drifts across to the adjacent room, where the scholars are no doubt engaged in heated debates over some long-forgotten theorem or philosophical conundrum. The murmur of their voices rises and falls with each new argument, a soothing melody that weaves itself into the gentle hum of the monastery's daily rhythm. Brother Edwin's eyes linger on the doorway for a moment before he returns to his contemplation. His fingers absently drum against the stone floor as he considers some weighty matter, or perhaps merely the latest batch of bread to emerge from the oven in the refectory kitchen below. The aroma wafting up is enticing, but Brother Edwin's thoughts remain stuck on more abstract concerns. As night draws near and the monastery settles into its evening routine, a lull descends over the scriptorium like a soft blanket. Shadows grow longer, stretching towards the candles until they seem to reach out for the flame itself. Candles are snuffed and relit with practiced ease by Brother Edwin's fellow monks as the day gives way to night. The silence is broken only by the occasional creak of wooden shelves or the faint hiss of a candle being lit, a gentle sound, almost imperceptible like the quiet intake of breath. Brother Edwin raises his gaze once more towards the scholars' room, where their conversation has taken on a new level of intensity. And yet, one voice says, if we apply the principles outlined in Aristotle's posterior analytics, it stands to reason that the words bleed through into the scriptorium like spilled ink, carried by the draft from an open window. Brother Edwin catches snippets of phrases, and the nature of truth cannot be reconciled with, and his interest piqued, he shifts in his seat. A whispered conversation between two monks near the door distracts him for a moment. Brother Edwin, one voice asks softly as they nod towards the scholar's room. He waves them off, lost once more to the ebb and flow of their discussion. A phrase catches his ear, the dichotomy of essence versus existence. As night deepens, Brother Edwin's attention continues to drift between the scriptorium and the adjacent room. The debate rages on, occasionally interrupted by a burst of laughter or an apologetic clearing of throats, as one scholar accidentally knocks over his inkwell. Hours pass in this manner, the slow trickle of ideas from the scholar's room, Brother Edwin's gentle, repetitive motions with quill and parchment, the soft creaks and groans of the monastery settling into its slumber. Time itself becomes fluid, stretching out like candle wax melting under a warm flame. A sudden movement breaks the spell. One of the younger monks rushes past, nearly colliding with Brother Edwin as he hurries to fetch something from his quarters. The brief commotion stirs Brother Edwin from his reverie, and he watches the young monk disappear into the darkness beyond the candlelight. He leans forward once more, elbows on knees, eyes fixed intently upon some point in front of him, lost in thought. A faint breeze carries a whiff of damp earth through the open window above, a reminder that outside these stone walls, night is falling over the world beyond their monastery gates. Candlelight dances across Brother Edwin's face as he becomes completely absorbed once more by whatever conundrum has taken hold. Shadows stretch and twist on his features, the flickering flames casting an uncanny light upon him for brief moments before settling back into a softer, more comforting glow. Time continues its gentle, gliding pace, hours slipping away like wisps of candle smoke carried off by drafts from the windows high above. Brother Edwin's attention remains fixed, lost in thought as night gradually wears down any resistance within his weary mind. Night's soft blanket has enveloped the scriptorium, casting a serene gloom over the rows of desks and the cluster of monks engaged in their evening routines. The flickering candles create dancing shadows on the stone walls as Brother Edwin slowly rises from his chair, stretching his tired limbs with a series of deliberate movements. His eyes remain unfocused, still lost in thought as he begins to make his way towards the door. Outside, the night air is heavy with moisture, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves on its gentle currents. A faint rustle stirs within the nearby woods, where the trees sway softly in response to some unseen breeze. Brother Edwin's footsteps carry him along a well-worn path that leads through the courtyard, beneath a canopy of overhanging branches whose silhouettes blend seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. As he walks, the crunching gravel and snapping twigs beneath his sandals create an intimate accompaniment, reminding one of life's simple rhythms. A nearby fountain burbles gently in the darkness, its melodic voice growing steadily softer as Brother Edwin moves further away from the monastery walls. Beyond a small copse, a cluster of fireflies flicker like tiny lanterns among the trees, adding their whimsical light to the night air. The path eventually leads him to a secluded clearing surrounded by ancient stone ruins, remnants of an earlier settlement that had long since vanished into memory. Brother Edwin's gaze drifts towards a weathered inscription on one of the crumbling stones, ADMCV. The date, etched in hasty script, seems almost deliberate in its ambiguity, as if daring anyone to question its accuracy. Intrigued by this small anomaly, you find yourself walking closer to examine the stone further. Your sandals crunch over a thin layer of fallen leaves and snapped twigs that cover the ground, releasing their dry fragrance into the air. As your fingers brush against the worn surface of the inscription, an unexpected thought strikes. What if the date on this stone is correct? What if everything else we've come to believe about 1223, including the incident at the iconoclastic temple, has been shrouded in myth or misinterpretation? You pause for a moment as these questions dance within your mind. The night air carries an unsettling stillness, punctuated only by the faint sounds of crickets and rustling leaves from deeper within the forest. A chill runs along Brother Edwin's spine, as if he too has caught wind of this possibility. Back in his quarters, Brother Edwin stands at a small wooden table set with candles, an open codex, and a quill pen lying across its surface. He reaches for the quill but hesitates mid-movement, lost once more to contemplation. A faint frown etches itself onto his forehead as he ponders the inscription in the clearing. Days merge into weeks, weeks into months, and yet this small mystery remains unsolved, a minor puzzle amidst the vast tapestry of medieval life that Brother Edwin has dedicated himself to unraveling. The soft whisper of pages turning accompanies him as he stands there motionless, caught between two worlds, one governed by doubt and uncertainty, another bound by tradition and unyielding conviction. Beyond his window, night's veil is gradually lifting with the dawn. A thin line creeps along the horizon, a promise of new light that will soon dispel the shadows within which Brother Edwin stands suspended. His gaze drifts towards an open section in the codex where he had left off writing, the year 1223 marked. The quill lies poised above the parchment, ready to resume its task. In this quiet, dimly lit space, time seems fluid, flowing as a stream might through the forest's depths. Brother Edwin feels an unsettling sense of disconnection from his daily routines, which once provided solace in their predictability. Instead, he finds himself slipping into the uncertain waters of what if, where every question breeds more questions and shadows shroud even the lightest truths. The quill pen on the desk seems to mock him now, a simple tool meant for recording history, yet caught up in its own web of mystery and intrigue. Brother Edwin's thoughts return once again to that inscription in the clearing, ADMCV. What secrets lies within those cryptic letters? Can one truly find answers hidden beneath the surface, or are they but fleeting whispers carried on the wind? As daylight gradually seeps into his quarters, softening the darkness and illuminating a trail of dusty footprints on the floorboards, Brother Edwin finds himself drawn to an old stone jar in the corner. The vessel is filled with dried herbs gathered from various regions, each one imbued with its own distinct aroma. He pauses for a moment, inhaling deeply as the air carries hints of lavender and thyme through his nostrils. In this simple act lies a world that stands apart from both myth and record, an existence where people lived amidst uncertainty, drawing meaning from everyday moments rather than grand events. Brother Edwin's thoughts meander along with each passing breath, carried on the waves of scent released by the dried herbs. With slow deliberation, he raises his hands to gently brush away some fallen dust that has accumulated around a few bunches of rosemary in the jar. The act itself holds no great significance but serves as an anchor within his reverie, proof that even amidst vast questions and uncertainties, one can find solace in everyday gestures. The sun rises further above the horizon now, casting its rays across Brother Edwin's desk to dance with shadows cast by the codex lying open before him. In this moment of suspended time, where doubts swirl like leaves on a stream, he finds himself holding onto something both fragile and real, the simple act of living surrounded by an ocean of mystery. Beyond his window, morning dawns, painting the sky in hues that range from deep indigo to vibrant blue. Brother Edwin's thoughts grow quieter now as the world outside awakens with its familiar rhythms, birdsong echoing through the trees, a rustling within the nearby woods signaling another day has begun. His hands rest on the edge of his desk, fingers splayed loosely around an imaginary weight. And yet the question lingers, what if? The flickering candlelight danced across the worn stone walls of our scriptorium, casting a mesmerizing pattern on Brother Edwin's face as he worked. His eyes seemed to be absorbing every detail of the text, his fingers moving with practiced ease over the parchment. As I sat nearby, attempting to focus on my own task, copying out the Psalms in neat, legible script, I couldn't help but steal glances at Brother Edwin's hands. They were stained with ink and worn from years of dedication to this sacred work. He had been tasked with transcribing a particularly important document for the abbot himself, one that required utmost care and attention. I recall thinking how unusual it was to see Brother Edwin receive such an assignment. Usually these kinds of tasks fell to more senior monks, like Father Aloysius or our own prior, who possessed the authority and the knowledge to tackle them with ease. But I suppose Brother Edwin's dedication had not gone unnoticed, his quiet industry, his willingness to take on even the most thankless jobs without complaint. As he worked, the scent of fresh parchment wafted through the air, mingling with the musty smell of aged vellum and the faint tang of candle smoke. It was a familiar aroma, one I'd grown accustomed to over the years spent within these stone walls. But today it seemed especially pungent, perhaps due to the particularly fragrant candles used for this task. The soft rustle of parchment as Brother Edwin turned his pages created an almost soothing background noise, like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. I found myself becoming increasingly entranced by the sound, my own scribbles slowing as I listened to its rhythmic cadence. As the afternoon wore on, the dim light from the windows deepened, casting long shadows across the room. The candles seemed to burn with an eerie intensity now, their flames dancing in a way that made me feel uneasy. No, it was just my imagination playing tricks, I reassured myself. Brother Edwin didn't seem bothered by anything, his focus remained fixed on his task. Eventually, he paused to rub the small of his back, stretching out his cramped shoulders and releasing a soft sigh into the air. It was almost as if the weight of that manuscript had settled onto him, or perhaps it was just my own imagination projecting its concerns onto his stooped posture. Whatever the case, I felt an instant pang of sympathy for Brother Edwin. We'd all been there at some point, worn down by the relentless demands of our duties. Just then, Father Aloysius entered the room with a gentle clearing of his throat, interrupting my reverie. His silver hair seemed particularly well combed today. Perhaps he'd given himself an extra few minutes for grooming before taking up his post as Abbott's assistant. Whatever the reason, it only served to underscore how peculiarly formal we remained within these monastic walls. Brother Edwin, Father Aloysius said in a soothing tone, I trust you're making progress on your assigned task. Yes, sir, Brother Edwin replied, not looking up from his work. His voice betrayed no hint of resentment or discomfort, just the practiced calm one would expect from someone who'd spent years under this man's tutelage. As I watched them converse in hushed tones, a stray thought crept into my mind. What if? What if that date on the stone outside is actually correct? What if everything we've come to believe about our order's history, its triumphs and failures alike, has been subtly distorted by some unknown hand? It was an unsettling notion, one I couldn't quite shake. Perhaps it was the way Father Aloysius spoke with such conviction when talking of events he himself hadn't witnessed firsthand. Maybe it was Brother Edwin's unassuming dedication to his task that struck me as almost calculated. Or perhaps, and this is where things grew truly confusing, my tired mind simply couldn't let go of these persistent questions once they'd begun to insinuate themselves into the fringes of my thoughts. As I pondered further, a faint draft from outside the windows reached in, carrying with it an autumnal scent that mingled uneasily with the acrid smell of candle smoke. Outside, leaves rustled softly against stone flagstones, sounds you'd normally associate with peace and tranquility but now seemed jarring. Maybe I was just being overly sensitive. Father Aloysius's voice pulled me back into reality. He asked Brother Edwin something about his progress on the manuscript, to which our colleague replied in an equally measured tone. Their conversation continued for a few more minutes before they both fell silent once again, only this time, as if waiting for some other signal or cue. The candles burned steadily, their soft glow casting long shadows across Brother Edwin's face now that he'd paused his work. In the stillness, I couldn't help but think about all those hours spent copying texts by candlelight. How many of my own pages had been smudged with ink-stained fingers or marred by carelessly placed quill lines. Such small worries weighed heavily in these quiet moments, a reminder that perfection was an illusion here. My attention drifted back to Brother Edwin, whose gaze now seemed lost within the manuscript, as if trying to read more into its yellowed pages than mere words. Father Aloysius remained nearby, offering no further interjections but simply standing there with an almost watchful presence. Time itself began to warp and bend in that dim-lit space, a strange phenomenon only possible when you're trapped between the worlds of wakefulness and sleepiness. With each passing minute, my eyelids grew heavier. Brother Edwin's steady hand moved less often across parchment now. Father Aloysius stood more motionless than ever before. And I couldn't shake that nagging thought. You trudged through the narrow corridors of the scriptorium, your worn leather sandals making soft scuffling sounds on the cold stone floor. The morning sun had barely pierced the high windows above, casting long shadows across the rows of wooden desks where brothers were already hunched over their work. You stumbled upon Brother Edwin, a gruff but kind man with a wild shock of hair that stuck out from under his cowl like a miniature thunderstorm. He looked up as you approached and smiled wryly at your slow pace. "Ah, still trying to shake off the slumber?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You hesitated for a moment before taking a seat beside him, running a hand through your own unruly hair in a futile attempt to tame it. As you settled into your work, Brother Edwin leaned over and whispered something about the latest batch of ink being too watery. "Can't get a decent line with this stuff," he grumbled, shaking his head at the faint smudges on the parchment before him. You nodded sympathetically as you began to copy out a passage from the writings of St. Augustine. The script was intricate and slow-going, but the soft scratch of your quill pen against the vellum provided a soothing background noise that gradually cleared your thoughts. You became lost in the rhythm of writing, only occasionally glancing up at Brother Edwin as he muttered under his breath or nodded curtly. Eventually, you paused to stretch your cramped limbs and gaze out into the dimly lit scriptorium. Shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes loomed above like sentinels, their covers embossed with gilded symbols that seemed to glint in the faint light. A faint scent wafted through the air, stale parchment, ink, and a hint of candle smoke from last night's prayers. You wandered over to one of these shelves, running your fingers along the spines of the books as if searching for something hidden among them. Brother Edwin looked up at you quizzically but said nothing, too engrossed in his own work to notice where you'd strayed. Your hand brushed against a tome bound in what appeared to be worn brown leather. The cover itself seemed old and supple, like the pages had been creased countless times as it was opened and closed over the years. You ran your thumb across the embossed symbol on the front, some sort of monogram that you didn't recognize. As you turned the book over in your hands, a faint memory stirred within you. Brother Alistair standing at the lectern during evening prayers, his eyes scanning the assembled monks as he spoke about the merits of prayer counting. You distinctly remembered him talking about how it was necessary to have exactly 5 fingers available for accurate tallying. You glanced down at your own hands and saw that they were indeed in a suitable state. No ink stains or cuts marred their surface, though you did spot a faint smudge on Brother Edwin's left index finger from the previous day. You wondered idly if this mattered. After all, it seemed unlikely anyone would be using 5 fingers to count prayers with an active scab. Yet something about Brother Alistair's words lingered. Perhaps it was his fervent tone or or the way he spoke of counting as a precise art that rivaled mathematics in importance. You couldn't quite recall what had come after this anecdote, only that your own thoughts began to wander and you felt distracted. The soft hum of conversation around you gradually grew louder, voices rising above the creaks and groans of wooden desks as more brothers took breaks from their work. Brother Edwin caught your eye once again, raising an eyebrow in a silent question about what held your attention so intently. You returned to copying out St. Augustine's words, but now they seemed somewhat distant, your mind drifting back to the strange feeling that some fact was just beyond the edge of memory, a thread you couldn't quite grasp despite being certain it existed somewhere within reach. Time flowed by in fits and starts as you worked. Brother Henry came over with an offering from last night's dinner, small bread rolls wrapped in cloth napkins and sealed with scraps of parchment to keep fresh. The scent wafting up was sweetly enticing, but you only managed a few bites before getting caught back into the intricacies of your script. Eventually, the morning sun climbed higher above the windows, sending shafts of pale light across the room that highlighted tiny dust motes dancing in the air. It grew warmer still, though not uncomfortably so, just enough to make the parchment feel slightly softer beneath your quill as you continued writing. When Brother Edwin finally called out for a short recess to stretch and move about, you rose from your seat with some relief. Your shoulders felt more relaxed now that you'd taken breaks to eat and breathe in some fresh air outside. The cool breeze carried whispers of conversation on the cloister's walkway above gossip or discussions, their content lost as they faded into the distance. You wandered over to join Brother Edwin near one of the narrow windows, running a hand along its stone sill while watching him stroll about with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes strayed upward toward the clouds outside, where a few wispy strands drifted lazily across a pale blue sky that seemed almost, but not quite, too perfect for nature. The air held an expectant stillness within the scriptorium as well. You sensed it even though nobody spoke of anything in particular. Your own thoughts meandered back to Brother Alistair's words about counting, wondering how this practice could possibly be connected to anything that mattered in their world beyond prayers and liturgy. You found yourself glancing around at your fellow monks with a new sense of curiosity. Were they all devoted to the methodical pursuit of prayer counts? Did anyone else think about these things while hunched over their work, or was this something only you worried about? Perhaps it would have been more productive to simply keep writing and not get caught up in ruminations. Yet there's a certain peace that comes from allowing one's mind to meander, even if the threads of thought seem fragile and unimportant at first. In time, Brother Edwin turned back toward you with an expression almost sympathetic, but also slightly puzzled. You shrugged inwardly. Perhaps he'd picked up on something in your tone or movements during breaks from work that hinted at a growing unease within you. Together, the two of you continued working through the morning, slow and deliberate as always, until Brother Edwin pointed toward the sun outside and mentioned it was already getting quite high. Time to break for midday prayers, he suggested. Perhaps after they'd finished eating, someone could take a closer look at that worn leather-bound book lying on its shelf. As the brothers rose from their seats and began filing out of the scriptorium into the courtyard beyond, you found yourself glancing over your shoulder toward the book, Brother Edwin following your gaze for an instant before turning to join the others in conversation. Brother Edwin's eyes met yours for a fleeting moment, his expression neutral but with a hint of curiosity. You refocused on your task, carefully folding the parchment to preserve its contents from dust and moisture. The others had already begun their morning devotions in the chapel, leaving only you and Brother Edwin behind in the scriptorium. As you rose from your seat, the wooden legs creaked softly beneath you, releasing a faint scent of old wood and forgotten memories into the air. You pushed open the door to the courtyard beyond, where sunlight struggled through the partially closed shutters above, casting intricate patterns on the stone floor below. A gentle breeze carried the sound of chanting from within the chapel walls. The courtyard itself was quiet, save for a pair of birds flitting between the stone piers that supported the cloister's roof overhead. You watched as they darted and swooped in search of insects to snack on, their tiny songs rising above the soft murmur of Brother Edwin's footsteps behind you. You reached out to push open one half of the double doors leading into the chapel proper, where a faint scent of incense mingled with the air. Beyond the entrance lay the familiar sight, rows of stone pews illuminated by shafts of light that streamed through narrow windows above and beyond, casting long shadows across the floor. Brother Edwin passed you to take his seat near the front, leaving room for others who had yet to arrive. The chanting inside grew louder as more brothers joined him on their knees before the altar. You slipped into a nearby pew toward the rear of the chapel, trying not to draw attention to yourself by settling in too close. Your hands rested on your lap, fingers intertwined with those of Brother Edwin's neighbor, who whispered softly about the meaning behind this particular psalm or another text you hadn't quite caught yet. As one voice rose above others within the group reciting that day's prayers and readings, a gentle rustle came from outside, two senior brothers carrying an empty wooden cauldron on their way to fetch water for tomorrow's meals. This was just another ordinary Monday morning in your small convent, but there had been an incident last week during Lent. You still wondered about it as you stood up near the end of prayers, feeling a bit out of place among those who'd participated more actively than you. That evening, when Brother Edwin and several others went to dinner in silence because they were on fast, one thing seemed clear. There had been no singing in choir that night. Oh, and yet, when it came time for supper the next day, another Lenten Wednesday, with its own rules about what could or couldn't be eaten during those 40 days of reflection before Easter, a faint melody began to emerge from among your fellow monks' conversations. No one seemed particularly self-conscious as their voices blended together. Kyrie eleison, their words merged into the soft sound of gentle chanting that accompanied each meal, until it faded away once they'd finished and settled down for more reading or silent contemplation. The sun had long since set over our little monastery, casting a warm orange glow through the narrow windows of our chapter house. The air was heavy with the scent of old parchment and dust, carrying hints of yesterday's dinner on its gentle currents. I settled back into my chair, letting out a soft sigh as Brother Edwin began to read from the day's scriptural selection. His voice wove in and out of the quiet murmurs of his brethren, their eyes fixed intently upon him as they pored over the pages of illuminated text. The flickering candles cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, dancing like fireflies on a summer evening. I let my gaze drift back to Brother Edwin's hands, deftly turning the pages with a precision born from years of practice. As he read, his eyes occasionally rose to meet mine, and in those brief moments our thoughts connected across the room. He'd give me a soft nod or a subtle smile before returning to the task at hand, and I'd be reminded that we were all bound together by more than just shared robes and vows. We were linked by an invisible web of understanding. Our chapter house was a place of quiet purpose, where the day's events would unfold in measured steps. First, there was morning prayer, then came breakfast, followed by the business of running our monastery, maintenance, finances, and correspondence with the outside world. After that, we'd settle into a rhythm of work and contemplation, Brother Edwin tending to the library while I attended to my duties as scribe. Brother Edwin's reading had reached its climax when I noticed something peculiar on his page. A tiny inscription in the margin caught my eye, built by hands unseen. It seemed out of place amidst the scriptural text, and for a moment I wondered if Brother Edwin might have scribbled it himself as some kind of private notation. I watched closely to see if he'd notice me studying the passage, but his eyes remained fixed on the page. Perhaps it was just my imagination playing tricks. After all, our chapter house's library held countless volumes filled with cryptic annotations and obscure marginalia. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something important lay hidden beneath the surface. As Brother Edwin finished reading and closed the book, the room fell silent once more. The only sound was the gentle creaking of old leather bindings and the soft hum of Brother Thomas's quill scratching across parchment in a corner of the room. It seemed to me that our very lives were like those pages, worn, creased, and marked by countless invisible hands. We'd heard whispers about new construction beginning at the monastery, a grand chapter house to replace this very one, built on the other side of the cloister gardens. No one had mentioned anything specific about who was behind it or why they'd chosen that particular spot, but there were murmurs about increased donations from wealthy patrons and the abbot's plans for expansion. As I pondered these vague rumors, my mind drifted back to Brother Edwin's inscription, built by hands unseen. What if it wasn't just a trivial scribble? What if someone had actually noticed those unknown forces at work in our monastery? Perhaps they'd written this small note as an acknowledgement of the invisible network that held us all together. I let out another soft sigh, and my thoughts grew hazy as I listened to Brother Edwin reciting evening prayers. The darkness outside seemed more pronounced now, perhaps due to the absence of stars or maybe because we were farther away from the town's flickering torches. Our chapter house, like everything else in this world, was a web of interconnected threads, unknown donors and unseen hands who had shaped its very foundations. Brother Edwin finished praying and rose from his chair, gathering up the pages he'd read to us earlier. The soft rustle of parchment carried over into my contemplation as I settled back into my own reverie. Perhaps it was just a simple note, but what if? In this quiet space between twilight and nightfall, surrounded by brothers who shared my daily rhythms, our lives resembled the slow-moving threads that wove together to form the tapestry of time itself. Each strand represented an individual choice or action, some grand, others minute, each leaving behind a subtle imprint like the faint scent of sandalwood carried on Brother George's woolen robes. The night air breathed in through open windows and doors, a gentle breeze that seemed almost imperceptible until it rustled against Brother William's hood. I watched him nod to himself as he listened, his eyes half closed in understanding. It was as if we all felt the weight of our own insignificance within this grander scheme. And yet, amidst this sea of invisible connections, donors and builders, patrons and brothers, there existed moments when those unseen hands seemed almost palpable. Perhaps it happened on days like today, during some mundane task or fleeting glance shared with a fellow brother, that one caught a glimpse of the tapestry's hidden pattern. Time passed unnoticed as Brother Edwin settled into his usual spot beside me once more. The soft scratching of quills continued in the background, only occasionally interrupted by the muffled creaking of old wooden floorboards beneath our feet. It was almost like listening to an orchestra tuning its instruments before a performance, all this quiet preparation and anticipation building towards some greater moment. In the stillness, something strange occurred. As I gazed into Brother Edwin's face, now lit only by candlelight, I noticed how he seemed. Oh, at peas. Was it because we'd finally finished our day's work, or perhaps due to some private satisfaction from his reading session? My thoughts meandered back to the inscription built by hands unseen. What if this wasn't just about new buildings or even hidden patrons, but rather a celebration of those unknown forces that had shaped us into who we were today? Those threads so delicate and unassuming in their quiet service. The evening air carried an almost imperceptible scent of damp earth from outside. Night was drawing closer now, the shadows cast by candles deepening as if to signal its approach. Our chapter house creaked softly around us, a place where time moved with measured pace, each step governed by the cadence of prayer and work. In this slow-rising darkness, Brother Edwin rose once more to close out our day's gathering. His hands folded neatly in front of him as he offered final prayers for our repose, his eyes moving lastly towards me before closing them in reverence. As I let my gaze settle back upon the quiet room and its sleeping brothers, it seemed that every step we'd taken today had been guided by unseen hands, shaping us into individuals bound together not just by vows, but also an unspoken understanding of our place within a world far greater than ourselves. The sun's rays, now filtering through the stained glass windows of our dormitory, cast a kaleidoscope of colors across Brother Edwin's face as he slept. His chest rose and fell in slow motion, his breathing a gentle reminder that even in slumber life persists. As I watched him, my mind wandered back to the day we received word of Abbot Godric's passing. It was a typical winter morning, frost on the windows, embers glowing softly in the hearth, and Brother Edwin himself brewing our daily ale. But amidst this tranquility, our lives were forever changed. News traveled slowly through these hills. It took nearly a fortnight for the messenger to reach us from the bishop's court at York. By then, Abbot Godric had been gone for weeks, but we didn't know that. All we knew was that he wouldn't be among us when morning prayers began. The day of his funeral still lingers in my memory like a faint scent on a summer breeze. The abbey's courtyard was packed with brothers from neighboring houses, and even some villagers who'd come to pay their respects. I recall the soft rustle of their robes as they formed a procession behind Abbot Godric's bier, carried by four sturdy monks. As we followed them into the church, the air inside felt heavy with sorrow. The chanting was low and somber, each phrase echoing off the stone walls like a mournful sigh. I remember thinking that even the candles seemed to tremble in their holders, as if sharing our grief. Now, many months later, Abbot Godric's legacy continued to shape us. His successor, Brother Edwin, yes, that same man now slumbering beneath the stained glass, had been chosen from among us by the chapter of brothers who'd gathered for his election. Those were tumultuous times. Our house was still reeling from the news of Abbot Godric's passing. There were whispers about potential candidates and disagreements over the best course forward, but Brother Edwin emerged as a compromise. His calm demeanor and extensive knowledge of Scripture helped to soothe the tensions within our community. The months following his election saw significant changes at the Abbey. New policies regarding land management, trade with neighboring villages, and most notably for me, the role of our scriptorium were all put into motion. Brother Edwin had a vision to establish our house as a center of learning where scholars from across Christendom could come to study and share knowledge. This idea wasn't entirely new. Abbot Godric himself had spoken of its potential during his final days, though it seemed an impossible dream at the time. Now, with Brother Edwin at the helm, we were making strides towards realizing that vision. One chilly spring morning, I remember walking into the scriptorium and being met by a mix of excitement and chaos. Scribes were busily copying manuscripts by candlelight, their quills scratching across vellum as they worked to meet an urgent deadline. Brother Edwin was pacing beside them, his brow furrowed in concentration. As I watched him, he paused for a moment, looking up at the windows where sunlight struggled through the frost-covered panes. He seemed lost in thought, and it occurred to me that perhaps even the weight of responsibility can sometimes feel overwhelming. The day after our election, we'd convened as a community for the first time under Brother Edwin's leadership. It was an awkward assembly. Emotions were still raw from Abbot Godric's passing, and not everyone had accepted his succession without reservation. But there was something about that meeting that has stayed with me. It felt like every brother present, regardless of their initial reservations or fears, was united in a shared commitment to our life together. We'd gathered around the refectory table for what would become an annual tradition, the General Council after the abbot's death. It wasn't just about choosing his successor. This council marked a moment when we collectively assessed where we were as a community and how far we still had to go in fulfilling our vows. In that crowded, dimly lit refectory, I recall noticing how Brother Edwin moved among us with an air of quiet authority. He listened attentively to every speaker's words, not just those who held positions of power or influence, but also the youngest brothers and even some members from outside our community who'd been invited for their expertise. The discussions that day spanned many hours, covering topics both grand, the role of our abbey within Christendom, and mundane, how best to schedule the harvest labor. It was as if every aspect of our life had become grist for the mill, a reminder that even in times of change or uncertainty, we must attend to the daily tasks lest they themselves begin to dictate our path. I remember feeling grateful during those hours around the refectory table. There's something about the shared experience of conversation and decision-making that unites us. It doesn't matter if one brother differs from another on matters great or small. What matters is that we approach these disagreements with an open heart and mind, seeking understanding as a community. Even now, many years later, those moments seem to me like a delicate tapestry, each thread representing the unique perspectives of every individual within our order. Woven together under Brother Edwin's leadership, they formed a pattern of unity, compassion, and service that continues to guide us even in times when the world beyond these walls seems uncertain. As I settled back into my bed that evening after the General Council, feeling grateful for the day's events but also a bit worn from all the talking, it occurred to me that perhaps this is what we mean by community. Not just individuals bound together by vows and shared purpose, but people who, despite their differences, can look beyond them towards a common future. As I drifted off into sleep, Brother Edwin's calm presence lingered in my mind. It was as if he embodied the very spirit of our order, steady, reflective, and ever guided by his faith that together we might make a difference within this vast world outside these walls. The next morning broke with an early mist that clung to the abbey's stone like a damp cloak. Frost still glistened on the windowsills as I rose from bed and made my way to the chapel for morning prayers, Brother Edwin by my side in his role as our new abbot. As I walked alongside Brother Edwin to the chapel, the chill of morning air still lingered on my skin, a gentle reminder that winter was slowly relinquishing its grip on our little corner of the world. The snow-covered grounds were quiet, save for the soft crunch of frost beneath our feet and the distant clucking of the geese in their enclosure. Brother Edwin's footsteps echoed through the silence as we made our way to the chapel. His new role as abbot had brought a sense of gravitas to his movements, but it was tempered by a subtle awkwardness that spoke to the unfamiliarity he still felt within its weighty responsibilities. Inside the chapel, the soft glow of candles illuminated the intricate stone carvings on the walls, casting eerie shadows on the floor. I took my place beside Brother Edwin at the altar, our eyes meeting briefly before we both bowed our heads in prayer. The familiar rhythms of morning devotions washed over us, the murmured prayers, the chanting psalms, and the soft rustle of pages turning as Brother John read from the scriptures. As we prayed, I found my thoughts drifting to the evening meal that would soon be upon us. Our cook, Sister Martha, had been experimenting with new recipes for the past fortnight, much to our collective delight. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and even those who normally shunned novelty in their food were won over by her creations. The chapel's silence began to stir as Brother Edwin stood up from his prayer, signaling the end of morning devotions. We shuffled out into the chill air once more, this time with a spring in our steps, not from any actual warmth, but rather from the promise of breakfast that lay ahead. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the stillness, mingling with the distant tang of wood smoke carried on the breeze. As we made our way to the refectory for breakfast, I caught sight of Brother Thomas hunched over a small patch of frost-covered ground near the chapel door. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings as he carefully plucked each individual ice crystal from its bed and placed it into a tiny wooden box beside him. I watched him for a moment before turning my attention back to Brother Edwin, who was now engaged in conversation with our cook about the menu for that evening's meal. Their words were lost on me as I pondered Brother Thomas' strange behavior, collecting ice crystals. What purpose could such an action serve? But life is full of small mysteries like this one, and it seemed best to leave them be. After breakfast, we dispersed into various tasks around the monastery grounds. I headed for the scriptorium to assist in copying a particularly intricate manuscript that required precision attention. The soft scratch of quills on parchment filled the air as Brother Mark worked alongside me, his brow furrowed in concentration. The morning light streaming through the windows cast an ethereal glow over our work, illuminating every fine detail and highlighting even the smallest mistakes. I found myself lost in the rhythm of copying, the slow, deliberate strokes, the measured pace, and the soothing hum of Brother Mark's gentle guidance. Yet as the hours passed, my focus began to wane, replaced by a growing sense of fatigue that seemed to seep into every corner of my being. The air was heavy with an unspoken expectation. We were all aware of the upcoming visit from the bishop and its potential impact on our daily routines. A faint whispering among some of the brothers suggested they might be called upon to help with certain adjustments in their duties, something about reorganizing the infirmary's storage. It was a topic that sparked lively debates around the dinner table but seemed less pressing now, as I succumbed to the gentle tug of sleepiness. The soft sound of quills scratching parchment continued to lull me into a state of somnambulistic calmness, my eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. Brother Mark's voice whispered occasional encouragement or correction, his words blending seamlessly with the background hum of activity in the scriptorium. And so I drifted further into the warm haze of near sleep, where the rhythmic scratching and gentle murmurs swelled to a soothing crescendo that seemed to carry me effortlessly toward. Later that afternoon, as I sat at my desk in the scriptorium, struggling to focus on the manuscript before me, Brother Edwin appeared beside me. His usually steady voice was tinged with an air of quiet urgency. Brother Thomas, he said, had brought a small stone into the chapel earlier that morning, one bearing what looked suspiciously like a date from several centuries past, 1327. The year itself didn't seem out of place in our current era, but Brother Edwin's concerns centered around its potential implications for our monastery. What if, I echoed his unspoken words, the date on this stone is correct and everything else we thought was written about it? What if that too is wrong? A silence followed, one filled with the weight of possibility rather than spoken answers. In such moments, even the most mundane concerns can become shrouded in mystery, as though our familiar world has been subtly rearranged to accommodate an unseen truth. Brother Edwin's expression spoke volumes about his trepidation. It was a carefully veiled concern that whispered its presence more loudly with each passing moment of silence. The air seemed heavy now, weighed down by unspoken questions and unresolved doubts, as if the stillness itself had grown wary, like a beast sensing danger lurking just beyond our perception. And in this hushed atmosphere where uncertainty hovered like an unseen specter, I felt a strange sense of calm settle over me. It was almost as though we were all being ushered towards some hidden threshold, one that would reveal truths either wonderful or terrible, but first required us to confront the realization that our understanding of history might not be entirely accurate. The scriptorium's silence seemed to deepen in response, its stillness becoming a physical presence that wrapped itself around me like a shroud. In this quiet, hushed world, where every sound and shadow took on an air of mystery, I felt my heart grow heavier, weighed down by the accumulation of small uncertainties. The manuscript before me blurred into indistinguishable marks as Brother Edwin's words receded into the distance, leaving behind only his gentle whisper, "We must be cautious. We do not know what lies beyond our understanding." In this quiet, hushed world where even time itself seemed fluid and uncertain, I closed my eyes and let myself drift further into the softness of near sleep. As I settled deeper into slumber's gentle grasp, my mind began to wander through memories of days past, like a quiet stream flowing lazily over smooth stones. In those earlier times, when the world outside our monastery walls was still young and vibrant, we monks would often gather in the scriptorium for long hours of copying and illuminating manuscripts. I recall one particular afternoon when Brother Edwin, an elderly monk with kind eyes and a mischievous grin, caught my attention as he worked on a particularly intricate design. Brother Edwin's hands moved deftly over the parchment, tracing delicate patterns in shimmering ink. He was renowned for his skill in illuminating manuscripts, but I had always been fascinated by something else entirely. How he managed to sneak in those little indulgences, just a pinch of this spice or that flavoring, into our normally bland monastery fare. As I sat nearby, pretending to focus on my own task while surreptitiously observing Brother Edwin's work, I noticed him carefully hiding small packets of dried herbs and spices amongst his illuminations. His eyes would dart towards me with an almost imperceptible flicker whenever he thought no one was watching, a fleeting glance that spoke volumes about the forbidden joys we both cherished. Eventually, as the afternoon sun cast its warm rays through the scriptorium's high windows, casting intricate shadows on the walls, Brother Edwin finished his current task and rose from his stool. He smiled knowingly at me before making an excuse to leave the room, but not before catching my eye with a sly wink that said volumes about our shared secret. Later that evening, when we sat down for dinner in the refectory, I caught sight of Brother Edwin slipping something into the soup pot as he ladled out his portion. The smell wafting from it was unmistakable, faintly sweet and subtly exotic, yet utterly familiar to those who knew its source. Our abbot's eyes narrowed slightly at this transgression, but a knowing look between him and Brother Edwin passed without comment. It wasn't until much later that night, as I lay in bed with my thoughts wandering through the day's events, that it dawned on me. Perhaps we weren't entirely forbidden from enjoying those little pleasures after all. Maybe, just maybe, our abbot had turned a blind eye or even quietly encouraged these small acts of rebellion against the monotony of monastic life. Some weeks later, I found myself in conversation with Brother Edwin during one of our rare moments alone together outside the monastery walls. The evening air was heavy with the scent of blooming lavender, and the distant sound of crickets provided a soothing background hum as we strolled through the garden. "You know, sometimes I think it's funny," he said wistfully, "how people often assume that because we're monks our lives must be dull. But what they don't realize is," he paused to study the intricate patterns of light and shadow on a nearby stone wall before continuing in an undertone, "we just like to add a little bit of flair now and then." As I pondered his words, my gaze drifted towards the monastery's kitchen windows, where soft candlelight spilled out onto the grass. The scent of baking bread wafted through the air, unmistakably mixed with a hint of rosemary that left me smiling. Later still, during one especially balmy summer evening when we'd finished our duties for the day and were sitting together in the garden, Brother Edwin surprised me by pulling from his habits hidden pocket a small wooden box adorned with intricate carvings. He opened it to reveal an assortment of dried herbs, each one carefully labeled on tiny pieces of parchment. Want some? He asked softly, raising an eyebrow as if daring me to decline. I hesitated for only a moment before reaching out and taking from the box a pinch of what looked like chamomile flowers. The scent was at once calming yet somehow richly complex, transporting my senses back to those long-remembered afternoons spent watching Brother Edwin's illuminations unfold on parchment. As we sat there in comfortable silence, each savoring our own chosen flavors and sounds of nature washing over us like a soothing balm, I felt an unexpected sense of peace settle within me. Perhaps it was just the quiet contentment that comes from knowing you're not alone in your little secrets. But for now, as my eyelids began to droop beneath their own weight, everything seemed almost manageable. The soft lapping of water against nearby stones, a gentle breeze rustling leaves above us, and Brother Edwin's discreet chuckle when I dozed off with his wooden box still clutched in my hand, all blended together into one final moment before the darkness claimed me whole. Brother Edwin's wooden box still clutched in my hand, I felt myself being gently rocked back and forth by his soothing chuckle. The soft lapping of water against nearby stones continued to serenade us into the night. As I drifted off, the sound became one with the gentle hum of crickets outside our scriptorium's windows. Time passed like falling snowflakes, slow, quiet, and without disturbance. Brother Edwin didn't stir me awake until it was almost dawn. We rose together, stiff from sitting for so long, and began to prepare for morning prayers. The air inside the monastery still carried the scent of yesterday's candles, a mix of beeswax, old wood, and something faintly sweet that I'd never quite identified. Brother Edwin lit more candles while I made my way through the darkened corridors, trying not to trip over any loose stones or stray cords. We moved silently as was proper before dawn. Our night's vigil had been filled with whispers of distant hooting owls and an occasional rustle from a rodent in the walls, sounds that we'd grown accustomed to over time. Yet tonight felt different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but perhaps it was Brother Edwin's extra cup of wine or the peculiar way the candlelight danced across his face as he worked. Our routine had changed little since last night. Rise before dawn for prayers, then breakfast in silence while we recited psalms from memory. Our stomachs groaned with anticipation. Today being Friday meant fish, which Brother Edwin always said was a treat, but actually just made us slightly more miserable than usual due to the bones. In the stillness of morning, our conversation flowed like a slow-moving stream, quiet and soothing. I couldn't help wondering if anyone else had noticed those visitors during night vigil. We often went for hours without speaking, lost in thought or the intricate patterns of illuminated manuscripts, but there was something about last night's silence that seemed almost intentional. We made our way to the refectory, a grand room with vaulted ceilings where we'd share meals together. Brother Edwin carried his prized wooden box, which he never opened during meals unless absolutely necessary, and then only for the most critical of reasons. Today was no exception. Instead, it sat quietly beside him as we ate. I focused on the fish, trying to dislodge a stubborn bone that refused to cooperate with my teeth. Brother Edwin chuckled quietly at my struggles, knowing full well how I felt about bones in food, more an annoyance than anything else. The soft clinking of spoons against bowls and the gentle murmur of our prayers created a comforting background hum. After breakfast, we took up our stations for morning prayers. standing side by side before the altar while Brother Aelfred intoned his daily psalm, Brother Edwin's fingers absently tracing patterns on the wooden box as if it were a rosary. I found myself gazing at him more than usual during these moments, perhaps because he seemed different today. Once prayers concluded and we broke for mid-morning duties, Brother Edwin slipped away to check our scriptorium's stores, while I began copying out a passage from St. Augustine in the margins of an existing text. The feel of quill on parchment was comforting. It was a task that required no thought beyond moving hand and eye together. Our routine continued. More prayers, work in the gardens, where Brother Aelfred showed me how to properly prune rosemary, which now smells delicious. Some reading aloud from St. Paul's epistles for our edification. With each passing hour, I felt my eyes growing heavier. The world outside began to slow its pace. It wasn't until almost noon that we noticed it, a slight chill in the air that hadn't been there before. Brother Edwin pointed out how different today was, even though nothing seemed changed on the surface. It was like looking at an old friend and realizing you'd never truly seen them all along. Our midday meal brought no respite from this peculiar sense of detachment, as if we were witnessing life through a thin veil rather than living it ourselves. Brother Edwin's wooden box sat empty beside him now. Perhaps he'd found what he needed during his inspection, or maybe today was just one of those inexplicable days where everything seemed slightly askew. The sun beat down outside our windows, warming the stone flags beneath our feet as we ate in silence once more. Even the food tasted different, a bit stale and overcooked, like it had been left on the fire too long, which I supposed was exactly what Brother Edwin always said about fish. In many ways, nothing seemed out of place, but then again, perhaps that's where our problem lay. With each passing hour, this sense of disorientation grew stronger, as if we were sleepwalkers who'd stumbled into the wrong reality without realizing it. We finished our meal and went back to work, not in a hurry, just because there was so little to be done besides tending to some minor repairs around the monastery. Brother Edwin began reviewing his ledgers while I copied more of St. Augustine's words onto parchment with quill and ink that smelled faintly sweet from yesterday's use. Our thoughts seemed disconnected today. It felt like trying to write a letter while blindfolded, hoping for the best but knowing full well one might end up with a jumbled mess on their hands. Still, we went through our motions, mostly because what else could you do when every other sense of normalcy had deserted you? Time ticked by at its own pace, an endless series of minutes that stretched into hours without warning. Brother Edwin checked his ledgers once more and muttered something about needing to speak with the prior later today. The sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating our world from a new angle, like seeing it through someone else's eyes for the first time. Shadows danced across the walls as we worked, long, sinuous shapes that seemed almost alive, their gentle movement hypnotic and disorienting by turns. I couldn't help glancing over at Brother Edwin every so often, perhaps because he looked different to me now, like a figure from another story altogether. Or maybe it was just my own imagination playing tricks as the world slowly tilted off its axis. As you settle into your pallet for the night, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the stone walls seems to lull you into a state of deep relaxation. The air is heavy with the scent of old books and burning wax, transporting you back to another era. Your mind begins to wander as you lay there, the soft rustle of Brother Edwin's pages turning in his adjacent stall drifting through the silence like a gentle breeze on a summer day. You're not sure what time it is. Perhaps it's late enough that only a few brothers remain awake, but still early enough for night watch to be many hours off. As you drift into a light doze, your thoughts are interrupted by a soft scratching at the door. Brother Thomas pokes his head in, whispering, "Forgive me, brother," as he hands you a small note on a piece of parchment. You take it from him, rubbing the sleep from your eyes to focus. The handwriting is unfamiliar, not quite the neat script of our scriptorium master, but still legible and precise. It reads, "Meet me at the old oak in the courtyard when darkness falls." A small X marked in one corner seems almost decorative by comparison, but there's something about it that sends a shiver down your spine. You look up to see Brother Thomas regarding you with an expression of concern, as if wondering whether he should have disturbed you. You nod to him softly and tuck the note into your belt, feeling the weight of it settle against your hip like a small stone. As the minutes tick by, the silence in our scriptorium deepens, punctuated only by the occasional creaking of wooden shelves or the soft huffing of Brother Edwin's snores. You can almost feel the stillness seeping into you, filling the spaces between your bones with a heavy, sleepy calm. But something about that note continues to nag at you. Perhaps it's the unusual handwriting, or maybe it's just the odd feeling that someone has been watching you from across the courtyard without you noticing. Whatever it is, it keeps you in a state of mild unease, preventing you from fully surrendering to sleep. Eventually, your eyelids grow heavy enough that even this becomes unmanageable, and you drift off into an uneasy doze. Your mind wanders once more through the pages of our library's oldest texts, stories of heroes and monsters, of saints and sinners, but something about it feels off. Later, when morning breaks over the monastery, Brother Thomas slips up to your pallet again with a shy smile on his face. "Forgive me for disturbing you," he says once more, as if truly sorry this time. You nod to him in response, feeling still slightly foggy from sleep. "Brother Edwin has been asking after you," he continues softly. "He's got something new for the scriptorium, a translation of one of those ancient Greek texts." You force yourself up onto your elbows, taking stock of Brother Thomas and his quiet mannerisms before nodding in acceptance. As it turns out, this new text is meant to be read aloud during our morning prayers. With some effort, you swing your legs over the side of your pallet, feeling a familiar ache in your lower back from too many hours spent hunched over quills and parchment. You make a mental note to speak with Brother Edwin about his translation. Perhaps he's added something new that will be worth noting for posterity. As morning wears on, you find yourself walking through the quiet corridors of our scriptorium once more, lost in thought as much as in physical space. Your footsteps are light and measured, guiding you towards the day ahead with a sense of purpose, but also one tinged by an undercurrent of unease that refuses to be shaken. This lingers on long after Brother Edwin begins his reading aloud, the soft cadence of his voice weaving through your mind like a subtle pattern in a tapestry. You listen intently as he translates, trying to grasp every nuance and detail within its pages. Yet amidst all this tranquility, you begin to wonder about certain anomalies hidden among our monastery's records. A small discrepancy here, perhaps the date on an old stone inscription, for instance. What if that date is correct? Would it mean everything else we've been taught would be wrong? You try to shake off these nagging doubts as Brother Edwin continues his reading, but they persist in the back of your mind like a faint hum, quiet enough not to disturb you completely, yet loud enough to keep you on edge. Eventually, even this wears thin, and you begin to settle into the gentle rhythm of morning prayers. The air is thick with incense, carrying the whispers of countless monks before us through these very walls. As Brother Edwin finishes his reading and hands over the text for another brother to take notes, your eyes wander around the scriptorium, taking in the worn wooden pews, the rows of dusty books on their shelves. You notice a small inscription etched into one of the pillars near our chapel entrance, founding date 1123. It looks almost new by comparison with everything else in this place. And yet, if that's correct, a sudden flutter in your chest is matched only by Brother Edwin's surprise as he catches you staring at it. His eyes sparkle for a moment before returning to their usual expression, one of quiet dedication and focus on the tasks ahead. The rest of morning prayers pass uneventfully, but this single image remains lodged firmly within your mind like an unexpected pebble in a riverbed. You can feel its presence even as Brother Edwin begins his reading from our latest copybook, weaving stories of saints and sinners into every phrase with practiced ease, the steady flow of words creating a soothing background noise that gradually draws you back under. Later on, when lunchtime approaches and we all make for the great hall in search of food, your mind wanders once more to this small inscription. What if? You try not to let it dominate your thoughts as Brother Edwin regales us with tales from his travels, but it's hard to shake off entirely. Perhaps there's something about being back among familiar surroundings that makes you feel safer than before, or perhaps the simple act of sharing meals together has a way of putting things into perspective. Whatever the reason, these nagging doubts remain present in your mind like a faint echo, waiting patiently for some chance encounter to spark them fully into life. This is where morning wears on and becomes indistinguishable from afternoon, with Brother Edwin finishing his account and everyone slowly rising from their seats as if drawn by an invisible thread towards the main door. The air is thickening now with conversation and laughter, carrying you along in its gentle tide until even your worries seem to fade into background noise. Eventually, as day succumbs to night's slow descent, Brother Thomas returns once more, this time with a soft smile on his face and an unmistakable air of quiet satisfaction about him. The abbot has requested our presence for evening prayers, he says softly, and there may be news worth sharing afterwards. His words are spoken in the hushed tone that comes naturally to one accustomed to delivering bad news or good, but without any hint of what might lie ahead, only a quiet expectation that will soon gather around him once more. It's at this moment, as you rise from your seat and begin making your way towards our chapel entrance alongside Brother Thomas, that the first wisps of darkness start creeping into the sky outside. You walk alongside Brother Thomas through the chapel entrance, and immediately you're enveloped by a warm golden light that spills from the east-facing windows above your heads. The air inside seems heavier than outside, thick with the scent of incense and damp stone. Brother Thomas leads the way down to the refectory level where we take our meals. We move through rows of wooden pillars, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands over the years. Your footsteps echo off the cold stonework as you follow Brother Thomas past the entrance hall with its grand wooden doors and ornate iron hinges. Inside the refectory itself, it's almost dark. The windows here face west, so they've already begun to cast long shadows across the tables where we'll soon take our supper. A faint murmur of voices rises from the center of the room as you step down onto the stone floor and begin making your way towards Brother Thomas. As you reach his side, he glances over at you with a gentle smile on his face. He seems to be expecting something, perhaps an apology or some words about the previous day's incident. But before you can think of what to say, his eyes flicker away from yours and settle instead on the figure standing by the doorway. That would be Brother Sebastian, our sub-prior here at St. Mark's Abbey. A thin-faced man with a habit that looks slightly too small for him, or perhaps it just seems so because he stands so straight you're not sure where to look first. The sub-prior clears his throat and begins speaking in a low tone of voice. Brother Thomas, good evening. I see the two of you are making your way down here together. Thomas nods at once, but before he can respond, Brother Sebastian's eyes narrow slightly as they pass over you, lingering on some detail only visible to him. You wonder what that might be. Is it something about your habit? Perhaps a stain or wrinkle that shouldn't have developed overnight. It doesn't seem like anything too serious, though. The sub-prior's expression softens just enough for you not to feel directly threatened. Ah, yes, Brother Sebastian continues after another moment of silence. Brother, you're about to be addressed by name when a faint murmur rises from further down the room, growing louder with each passing second until it turns into outright shouting and commotion. Oh, the bread. Oh no, our bread. That's the unmistakable voice of Brother Julian, one of the lay brothers responsible for baking. Panic seems to grip him as he rushes towards you, waving his hands wildly above his head. What is it? You ask in response. But before anyone can answer, a great chunk of stale loaves comes clattering down from the bread basket on top of the table nearest the entrance, sending flour flying everywhere and creating chaos among your fellow monks as they stumble to clear their own belongings from harm's way. Brother Thomas steps forward quickly to intervene. He grabs hold of Brother Julian by both shoulders, holding him back while speaking in a calm voice you can just make out over the din. Now, brother. But it seems like even that gentle intervention isn't enough. For as soon as he releases his grip on Julian's shoulders and turns around to speak with Sebastian about the situation, some unseen force sends Brother Thomas stumbling sideways into one of the wooden pillars. You're still trying to wrap your head around what just happened when you hear a faint rustling noise coming from behind. Turning in its direction brings you face to face with none other than Father Giles, our elderly abbot and leader here at St. Mark's Abbey. He looks as though he might be on his way out of the refectory, but something seems to have caught his attention down near your feet instead. A small piece of parchment partially hidden beneath one of the tables. Giles bends over slowly to pick it up, wincing slightly in the process. His movements are stiff with age and perhaps a hint of discomfort, so you watch closely as he manages to free himself from this minor problem without making any more noise than necessary. When he stands upright again, however, his eyes seem rather wide. Not quite disbelieving, but at least surprised, in a way that makes him pause before speaking. It seems, he says finally after taking a moment to collect himself, we may have some reason for concern regarding the current situation with Brother Sebastian. This statement feels like it drops into an otherwise quiet space within you, and your mind lurches forward involuntarily in response, trying to make sense of what's happening. Sebastian himself appears taken aback. He clears his throat several times before speaking in a rather strained tone. Whatever reason, Father Giles, I assure you. But at this point, Brother Julian starts yelling once more from the back of the room about someone having eaten all their cheese, an argument that's quickly escalating into full-blown chaos. You watch with growing unease as it becomes clear nothing will be resolved anytime soon. And then suddenly your gaze falls upon a small, almost forgotten detail. The date etched discreetly onto the wall near where Father Giles is standing, partially obscured by shadows but unmistakable once you notice it, 1173. A faint rustling of fabric catches your attention as Brother Sebastian tries to slip away unnoticed. I think, he says in a low voice over his shoulder before disappearing into the crowd, perhaps we can discuss this matter further, in private. The refectory around you descends rapidly back into its usual state, loud and disorganized, but for some reason you feel like your own perspective has shifted ever so slightly. The sound of Brother Edwin's spoon clinking against his empty bowl still lingers in your ears, a gentle reminder that the meal is over and it's time to return to the scriptorium. You rise from the bench, feeling the wooden slats creak beneath you as you fold up your linen cloth. As you make your way through the refectory, you notice Brother Thomas fidgeting with his knife, trying to clean off last night's dried-on grime without drawing attention to himself. His eyes dart towards the window where a faint sunbeam illuminates the dust motes dancing in its path, and he mutters something under his breath about needing to get back to the garden. You exchange a quiet nod with him as you pass by, already knowing what's on his mind. Brother Thomas is convinced that this spring will be particularly fruitful for the monastery's herb gardens. His enthusiasm often makes the other brothers chuckle good-naturedly, but today it seems he's more preoccupied than usual. The scriptorium awaits your return, its wooden shelves stacked haphazardly with scrolls and quills. Brother Edwin is already seated at his desk, carefully calibrating the ink reservoir for this afternoon's writing session. The smell of fresh parchment wafts through the air as you take a seat beside him, feeling the worn leather creak beneath your weight. Your fingers brush against the edge of a nearby manuscript sent. Augustine's expositions on Psalm 101, if memory serves correctly, and you're struck by how neatly the scribe has preserved the delicate borderwork around each page. You can almost imagine the original copyist hunched over his work, patiently inscribing every intricate curve. A faint knock at the door interrupts your reverie as Brother Gregory steps in to announce that today's scriptorium meeting will be delayed due to an unexpected development. Abbot Lucas has sent word that he'll be arriving earlier than expected from the general chapter. This news sends a ripple through the room, with some brothers immediately rising to tidy their stations and others exchanging skeptical glances. You watch as Brother Edwin scribbles a hasty note on a piece of parchment, likely an update for Abbot Lucas regarding today's schedule, before passing it off to another brother to deliver. His fingers move swiftly over the page, betraying only a hint of irritation at being interrupted from his work. Your gaze drifts towards the window as Brother Thomas quietly slips out into the courtyard, eager no doubt to inspect this year's herb growth for himself. Outside, you notice that Brother Henry has begun pruning the nearby lavender stalks with surprising vigor. It seems he's taken on a new project of training some novice monks in the art of perfumery. The sound of rustling pages and murmured conversations fills the room as brothers begin to discuss Abbot Lucas's arrival. A snippet catches your ear. Some folks are saying it'll be his final visit before retiring. You nod along, not really following but accustomed to these small-town rumors spreading like wildfire through monastery corridors. Your attention wanders back to Brother Edwin, now engaged in an animated conversation with the scribe responsible for St. Augustine's manuscript. They're debating the merits of using a particular type of lamp oil, whether it affects ink consistency or merely serves as a placebo effect on one's artistic abilities. The debate is laced with dry humor and gentle teasing. As you continue listening, your mind starts to wander back to that stone inscription in the cloister. Remembering the date etched into its surface has left an itch at the back of your mind. What if it's correct? What if everything we've been taught about Abbot Lucas's election year is actually a different story altogether? You recall Brother Gabriel mentioning something once, but can't quite put his words together in context. Wasn't he discussing Abbot Lucas's supposed reform, efforts prior to the general chapter meeting that decided our current abbot? You've never given it much thought before, assuming those events were part of a larger narrative already well known. A faint sense of discomfort settles over you as Brother Edwin begins summarizing his notes from earlier in the week. It's almost as if your attention span has grown shorter than usual, or perhaps it's simply that yesterday's meal still lingers on your palate, reminding you how quickly days blend together within these walls. You're pulled back to reality by the sound of Brother Gregory announcing a brief recess for Vespers. As brothers rise from their seats and stretch their limbs, you notice an almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. It's not just Abbot Lucas's return that's caused this stir. There's something more, but what? During your short walk to the chapel, sunlight catches the wisps of Brother Henry's neatly trimmed beard as he pauses outside a nearby room. For an instant, you catch him wincing at some internal discomfort, likely nothing out of the ordinary for our resident apothecary. In the tranquility that follows Vespers, Abbot Lucas himself emerges from his chambers to greet his waiting monks. You watch with interest as he surveys their ranks before offering a gentle blessing and brief words on his upcoming schedule. His voice carries surprisingly well despite its soft tone. It's almost as if you can sense an undercurrent of something unspoken beneath the surface. As morning wears into afternoon, Abbot Lucas disappears to attend some private meeting or other with Brother Edwin. The scriptorium falls back into a familiar silence, punctuated by only the gentle scratching of quills on parchment and an occasional hushed conversation about this or that manuscript detail. A sudden realization hits you as you glance at St. Augustine's expositions. What if our understanding of Abbot Lucas's election year is built around incomplete information? Maybe some details have been conveniently omitted over time. Perhaps the truth lies in those seemingly minor discrepancies. Your eyes wander back to Brother Edwin, scribbling away with renewed intensity now that he has his notes and meeting schedule up to date. You catch a glimpse of Abbot Lucas's profile as he speaks quietly to someone outside, though it's unclear whether this is related or merely another appointment on his agenda. Your own task awaits, a review of last week's accounts, which you've put off until now in favor of observing the morning's events unfold. The ledgers and quills await your attention. Let us proceed with that then. Brother Thomas returns to the scriptorium after his gardening excursion, clutching an overflowing basket of fresh herbs whose fragrance instantly refreshes the air within these walls. You breathe deeply, letting its calming essence wash over you as Abbot Lucas's meeting appears to be running longer than anticipated. In this quiet interlude, your thoughts continue drifting back to that inscribed stone. Perhaps it holds a story waiting to be rediscovered. The last wisps of sunlight have faded beyond the stone walls of our monastery, casting a gentle twilight glow over the courtyard. The air has grown cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and wood smoke from Brother Edwin's evening fire in the kitchen garden. As you walk through the stillness, your feet make soft, crunching sounds on the gravel path beneath your sandals. You pass by the empty fountain, its basin dry except for a few scattered leaves that cling to the rim. The sound of distant chanting drifts through an open window high above, carried on the evening breeze. Your thoughts continue drifting back to that inscribed stone. Perhaps it holds a story waiting to be rediscovered. You recall the faint markings etched into its surface, 1253 followed by what appears to be a name. Brother Edwin had mentioned something about correcting the date, but you've yet to have a chance to speak with him. You make your way back through the cloisters, passing between rows of neatly arranged stone columns that support the monastery's roof. The sound of chanting grows louder as you approach the chapel entrance. Inside, the brothers are gathered for Compline, the final service of the day, their voices weaving together in a soothing harmony. As you take your place among them, Brother Edwin catches your eye and nods slightly towards the rear of the chapel. You follow his gaze to where Brother Francis is quietly sweeping up dust from around one of the stone pedestals that hold the statues of saints. The old monk's movements are as deliberate as ever, but there's something almost wistful in the way he inspects each grain of dust before sweeping it into a small pile. You notice another pedestal nearby, this one empty except for a faint smudge on its surface, perhaps from Brother Francis's earlier efforts. You make a mental note to speak with him about polishing the pedestals when you have the chance. The chapel itself is spotless as always, thanks to our diligent brothers and their daily routine. As Compline comes to a close, the chanting slows, then fades into silence. The monks rise from their pews, and Brother Edwin signals for everyone to take their seats once more. He begins to speak in a hushed tone about the upcoming visitation of Abbot Godfrey, an occasion that promises to bring both excitement and trepidation among our community. Your mind wanders back to the inscribed stone as you listen to Brother Edwin's words, wondering if there might be some connection between its mysterious date and the abbot's impending arrival. The possibilities swirl in your head like dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. What if the date on that stone is correct, but everything else we thought we knew about our monastery's history is wrong? The service comes to an end with a brief prayer and the sound of the brothers shuffling towards their cells for the night. As you join them, Brother Edwin falls into step beside you. Your thoughts seem elsewhere tonight, he says quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. You nod in response, unsure how much to share about your musings on the stone. Perhaps I'm just tired, you say by way of explanation. Brother Edwin smiles knowingly and nods again. I know what it is. That inscribed stone has been weighing heavily on your mind, hasn't it? Your eyes flick towards him in surprise at his perceptiveness, but he only chuckles softly. Come now, I've seen the look before. It's nothing to worry about. Unless you want it to be. As you continue walking through the quiet corridors, Brother Edwin mentions something about the stonemason who worked on our monastery's walls many years ago, a man named Master Thaddeus who was known for his meticulous attention to detail. You recall that Brother Francis had mentioned working with some old stones in the kitchen garden, and how he'd found what looked like an ancient mortar mix buried beneath them. It seemed possible that those stones might have been part of our original monastery walls, a theory you've yet to confirm or deny. Your thoughts continue drifting between past and present as Brother Edwin leads you towards your cell for the night. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows on the stone floor, making it seem almost otherworldly in its quiet grandeur. You slow down, letting the darkness envelop you more fully, a sense of calm washing over you like cool water on parched skin. Your eyelids begin to droop as Brother Edwin says his good nights and heads off towards the infirmary. With a soft snore from one of your fellow brothers in the adjacent cell for company, you drift into slumber, carried away by visions of dusty stone pedestals, cryptic inscriptions, and Master Thaddeus's patient hands shaping our monastery walls so many years ago. Your sleep is light and filled with dreams. Perhaps it's just a matter of time before your subconscious starts to unravel the mysteries hidden within those ancient stones. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, but for now, the candle in your cell burns steadily on, casting an unwavering beacon into the darkness as you surrender yourself to sleep's gentle grasp. And so the night wears on, a soothing balm of stillness and quiet wrapping around our monastery like a protective cloak. The stone flagstone beneath your feet creaks softly as you walk through the monastery's nave. The flickering candles cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it seem like the darkness itself has come to life. You pause for a moment, listening to the silence. It's almost palpable. Outside, snowflakes dance in the faint moonlight, their gentle touch on the abbey's roofs creating an unsettling quietness. The stillness is broken only by the occasional hooting of owls and the distant rumble of wind through the trees. Tonight is like any other winter evening here, a time for contemplation and rest. You make your way to the scriptorium, where Brother Edwin has been working on a new illuminated manuscript. His hands move deftly over the parchment as he writes in Latin, his brow furrowed in concentration. The soft scratching of quill on vellum fills the air, accompanied by an occasional murmur or whispered correction. The room is warm and cozy, lit by candles placed strategically around a large wooden desk. A faint scent of wood smoke clings to your clothes as you settle into a nearby stool. Brother Edwin barely notices your arrival, too engrossed in his work to look up from the intricate script unfolding before him. You sit quietly for a moment, watching the way the candlelight dances across the curves of vellum pages and the soft folds of Brother Edwin's habit. Your eyes wander around the room at a shelf lined with dusty tomes, their worn leather covers bearing mysterious symbols, at an array of carefully arranged quills, each one perfectly sharpened for its task. The silence is occasionally broken by a faint clinking sound from outside. It's the monastery's kitchen staff making preparations for tomorrow's meals. The soft clatter is a reminder that even in the stillness of winter, life goes on, albeit at a slower pace than during warmer months. Brother Edwin finally sets down his quill and rises to stretch his back. His movements are slow and deliberate, like those of an older man, much wiser and more patient than you might expect from someone so young. He ambles over to the fireplace, where a small fire crackles softly, casting warm shadows on the walls. The room's occupants, Brother Edwin, two novice monks, and yourself, sit around the hearth in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The air is filled with the scent of roasting meat carried from the kitchen, mingling with the faint tang of candle smoke and the dry smell of parchment. A log settles into the fireplace, sending a shower of sparks up towards the dark rafters. As you sit there, your eyes begin to feel heavy. It's been a long day filled with physical labor in the scriptorium, followed by prayers at vespers. Your eyelids start to droop as Brother Edwin begins to speak softly about his work on the manuscript and its planned completion for Easter. Your mind starts to wander back through the events of the past few days. Your daily routine has been interrupted only once when a group of travelers stopped by, seeking shelter from an intense snowstorm. They were welcomed in with warmth, food, and hospitality as you shared what little you had, listening intently as they told stories of their journey. The night wears on quietly, like the gentle flow of water through nearby fields. Brother Edwin's words fade into a distant hum as your thoughts drift further away from the conversation at hand, carried by the soothing warmth emanating from the fire and the peacefulness that settles over you with each passing moment. Days turn into weeks, and weeks blend together in an endless cycle of routine, but amidst this sameness lies tiny inconsistencies. You recall a specific day when Brother Edwin mentioned a particularly severe winter 2 years ago, winters so harsh they pushed many monks to the limits of their endurance. His words return to your mind as you ponder what it must have been like for those who lived through such conditions. How did people cope with sub-zero temperatures? Were there any major outbreaks of illness due to poor living quarters and inadequate food supplies? The questions form a gentle haze around the edges of your consciousness, lingering until morning. The fire crackles softly as Brother Edwin leans forward in his chair. His brow furrows once more, this time lost in thought rather than concentration on his work. He pauses for so long that you wonder if he has forgotten about dinner or perhaps even fallen asleep, but then he looks up, a distant expression fading from his eyes. I recall reading somewhere, Brother Edwin begins slowly, that the harsh winters 2 years ago led to an alarming number of deaths due to malnutrition. His voice drifts into the silence like a soft breeze through dry leaves. The words seem almost incidental, something mentioned in passing rather than any major revelation. Your mind picks up on his comment and starts tracing back memories associated with it. Vivid images of snow-covered fields, people huddled together for warmth, and endless days spent searching for scraps to eat. They linger like half-remembered dreams before slipping quietly into the recesses of your brain. You remember that one particularly harsh winter's impact was felt far beyond just the immediate community. News of widespread famine spread throughout the land, carried by weary travelers who stumbled upon scattered villages struggling to survive. Brother Edwin rises from his chair and walks over to a nearby shelf lined with dusty ledgers. He pulls out an old book bound in worn leather, its cover emblazoned with intricate gold lettering that glows softly in the firelight. The pages within are yellowed and filled with handwritten records of daily life, accounts of meals consumed, tasks completed, and any notable events. He flips through the pages until he reaches a particular entry for one winter's month, February 1235. Your eyes follow his as you watch him scan down the list of entries recorded by an unnamed monk during that harsh season. Rows upon rows of scribbled notes detailing daily meals consumed by each member, along with brief notations on their state of health. Your gaze lingers for a moment on one specific entry, 8th February 1235. According to this record, the community had to ration food severely due to scarcity. The quantities seem paltry compared to what you're accustomed to now. Bread was given out at half rations, only vegetable scraps were available for soup, and even then these were often made up of wild plants collected from nearby fields. As Brother Edwin continues reading, his voice drops lower until it's almost a whisper. He speaks about how some people struggled so severely that they eventually succumbed to starvation, their numbers growing with each passing day as the winter dragged on. The fire has died down somewhat since you first settled into your stool by its warmth. Shadows now dance in sharp relief, accentuating Brother Edwin's features and his deep concern etched across his face. You feel a gentle pang of sadness thinking about those who suffered during that period, people not so different from yourselves. As the silence stretches out between them, it seems almost palpable, an unspoken acknowledgement of the hardships endured by their predecessors. Days like this are what make life in the monastery worthwhile, moments when shared understanding transcends time and hardship, creating a bond stronger than any temporal struggle. The flickering candlelight casts shadows on Brother Edwin's face as he settles into his pallet for the night, a soft sigh escaping his lips as his eyelids begin to droop. Days like this are what make life in the monastery worthwhile, moments when shared understanding transcends time and hardship, creating a bond stronger than any temporal struggle. And yet, it is not just these rare occasions that sustain Brother Edwin through the long hours of prayer, study, and labor. It's the small things, the taste of fresh bread on his tongue after morning mass, the feel of warm sunlight on his skin during vespers, or the gentle hum of conversation in the refectory. Tonight is no different. Brother Edwin lies back on his pallet, feeling the soft woolen blanket beneath him, and lets out a contented sigh as he surveys the dimly lit cellarium where he will spend the night. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and damp stone, but above it all, he catches a whiff of Brother Thomas's pipe smoke wafting from the adjacent stall. His eyes drift to the nearby candle stand, where three candles burn in silence, casting shadows on the walls like tiny sentinels guarding their slumber. The flame on his own candle flickers softly as he watches it, mesmerized by the gentle dance of light and darkness. A faint rustling noise comes from the direction of Brother Thomas's stall. Perhaps he is adjusting his pallet or shifting positions in his sleep. Brother Edwin smiles slightly to himself, knowing that even when asleep, Thomas is always restless, like a leaf on an autumn breeze. As he settles deeper into the blankets, the silence becomes almost palpable. The monastery seems to hold its breath along with him. No distant bell tolls, no whispers of monks in conversation carry through the corridors, and for one fleeting moment it's as if time itself has stilled. The flickering candlelight casts an eerie glow on Brother Edwin's face, making his features seem almost otherworldly. Yet even in this quiet reverie, he is aware of something peculiar, a faint memory lurking just beyond the edge of recollection, tantalizing him with its presence without quite revealing itself. He tries to grasp it, like grasping at a handful of sand that slips through his fingers. What was it? A conversation, perhaps. An event from the past few days. He searches his mind, and for an instant, he's convinced he remembers something peculiar, a detail so small it might be dismissed as inconsequential. Brother Edwin rubs his eyes with the heel of one hand, trying to clear away the haze that has settled over them. But when he opens them again, the memory remains elusive, like chasing after mist in the morning dew. With a gentle sigh, Brother Edwin lets go of the fleeting recollection and focuses instead on the present moment, the softness of his pallet beneath him, the warmth emanating from the nearby candles, and the quiet hush that pervades the monastery at night. As he drifts closer to sleep, the world outside begins to fade away, leaving only the dimly lit cellarium and the faint scent of Brother Thomas's pipe smoke lingering in the air. The silence deepens around him, a soft blanket wrapping itself over all sound. Even his own breathing becomes quiet, almost imperceptible. And yet, amidst this stillness, he catches himself wondering, what if? What if that peculiar memory is not just forgotten but actually non-existent, lost to time like dust on an old manuscript? The thought doesn't bother him. Instead, it's a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves of his mind, carrying no particular significance or weight. Brother Edwin lets go of the question as effortlessly as he'd let go of a leaf carried by autumn winds. His eyelids grow heavier now, and with them, all thoughts begin to fade like embers dying out in the darkness. The candles on his table cast shadows that dance across the walls, gentle, soft movements, rather than the wild leaps of light and shadow from earlier in the day. In this quiet reverie, Brother Edwin's mind starts to unwind its threads, thoughts slowly unraveling as the silence wraps itself around him like a warm shroud. It is almost as if he has slipped into another world altogether, one where time itself seems to have slowed down, and the only reality left is that of the soft candlelight casting shadows on his face. A final thought drifts through his mind before sleep claims him. Perhaps someday he'll remember what it was he forgot. But for now, in this quiet darkness, Brother Edwin lets go of all recollections, past, present, or forgotten, and succumbs to the gentle pull of slumber. Tonight you've traveled through the mist-shrouded corridors of a long-forgotten monastery, where the shadows danced with whispers of forgotten prayers and distant fires cast flickering light on the stone walls. The tides of time ebbed and flowed as we walked among the cobblestones, tracing the path of a life spent in quiet contemplation. We saw how a monk's bread was his staff, breaking it at each meal to give thanks for the day's meager rations. In hidden corners, secrets were shared through hand signals, like ancient hieroglyphs etched on temple walls. And when the moon dipped low, we ventured into secret graves, where mysteries lay buried beneath a shroud of silence. Beneath these disparate threads lies a tapestry woven from the same loom, a life surrendered to simplicity and the pursuit of truth. Through each vignette, a single question echoed through the chambers of our minds. What does it mean to seek enlightenment in a world already full of wonder? As we traversed this landscape, our own footsteps merged with those of the monks who came before us. If you'd like to keep exploring, you can gently tap like and subscribe so you don't miss the next journey. And if you feel awake enough, leave a comment and share where in the world you're listening from. Perhaps it's beside a river that has witnessed centuries of dawn and dusk unfold. As the darkness gathers around us once more, let the images recede into the quiet. Allow your thoughts to unravel like threads pulled loose by time itself. The details will sink below the surface of thought as night claims its own slow cadence, soothing all worries with an ageless patience that knows no bounds. And in this silence, memory is a tree with roots deep in the earth and branches stretching toward unseen skies, timeless, unchanging, yet forever green.